Amazing. Hello, hello, and welcome to Regenera Rising, our global confluence for creators of regenerative futures. The future is always first an idea, and this is our second annual celebration of the Regenaissance, this global movement bringing together revolutionary creators, systems thinkers, and organizations to imagine, collaborate, and co-create a world that works for all. We are in Regenera, our floating city designed to be the home and heart of the Regenaissance, a cultural and social movement that seeks to comprehensively transform the way in which we think and live in society, redefining our relationship with each other and the planet. And it appeared again in 2022 to show it's what was possible within this decade. And today we're speaking to you from 2030, Re-enchantment and the Circularity. And I'm here with my friend, Lucian. Lucian, how are you doing?
Roxy, Regenera is risen. Congratulations, it happened. I'm doing so good. I just, what a golden decade. We got there in the end.
We made it.
We made it.
Keeping that vision of that circularity, we're living it. Do you feel re-enchanted?
I've been re-enchanted by this just amazing rapture for the 100%. When we really began to realize that we really are on this one spaceship Earth, we did it, and we came together as a one human family and one Gaian family. We're all now Gaians. We've gone beyond our nation states as our identity. We've gone beyond Americans and Brits and Chinese and French, etc. And now we recognize first and foremost we're citizens of Gaia, along with the trees and the bees and the birds and the whales and the dolphins, and yeah, exactly. And those dinosaurs behind you, the past, the present, and the future. And yeah, what a ride it's been.
What a ride it's been. What are some of your favorite moments that you remember now that we're standing here in 2030 that helped us to really ground this movement?
What I love to summarize my three favorites. I call it the planetary hatch trick. The three things that I think were like, really changed the game. And the first one was, of course, the game. Bucky coined the term, the New World Game, and we all started to realize the power of games to transform, the power of games to expand our imagination and to bring our visions into reality. And it was when we started to realize that we could game our way into a planetary civilization in harmony with all life, we realized that everything could become fun and playful in its transformation. We realized that really every aspect of our system is a design opportunity to design for timeless beauty and truth and for it to be regenerative from the very get-go. So that I think was a major part of the game. If you have any thoughts on the game, we've been playing the up game now for the last 10 years, and it's one of many games that has been activating communities to reimagine every aspect of themselves and include everybody in the stakeholders on the journey and doing it. That was my first and favorite. The second is, of course, we're using language now for this broadcast, but the second was of course Gaian, the new language that we now communicate with. We don't just speak Gaian, we use every sense of our being concurrently. So it was like I remember back in the day where we had to wait in turn to talk, and to communicate. It was like one at a time. Whereas now I can feel through my Amore skin that I'm wearing, that we wear our love. I can feel what you're feeling as I'm using my words. So too with anybody else that is given permission to share my feelings and to connect in Gaian language. And the beautiful thing about Gaian language is it was the first time that we recognized a language could be polychronic. Not just bound to the present moment in time, but we could actually communicate with the future and the past. and that we weren't so bound by time. We weren't locked in this box of time. It was when we discovered our sovereignty over time that changed our relationship to language. I remember when I was young, my dad wrote this beautiful letter where he said, language is the unwitting culprit. That what he was getting at was, for words to be intelligible, they need to separate us from the nature and the outside world. And it was through Gaian that we really remembered that we are nature and we are one. And now that this was, one of the best ways we were able to take that civilization handbrake turn and create this planetary civilization. Because if you look at history, language was always the peak of the expression of culture. And Gaian is that. It's Gaian language is it's the great expression of the regen era. And so that was super exciting. And then just the final piece of the hat trick, the final goal, we cannot forget the never-ending party. We recognize that celebration is the highest vibration. And when we recognize that we can actually celebrate ahead of time that which we're going to do, to onboard everybody into the play and into the games in transformation of every aspect of our world. And it was through that never-ending party that we were able to declare our sovereignty over time and recognize that we're not necessarily bound by this time moment. We're in a human body having a time-bound experience, but we're so much more than that. And that changed everything. When we all recognized that, we became a different, almost a different species on this planet. We were far more connected. We're far more aware. We ultimately went from me to we, and from the kind of cult of the individual to the collective quest. And it's been, what a wild ride. We certainly left our damage on this planet, but we are turning that around, and we're putting all of our brightest minds, because now we hold each other accountable to our fullest potential. Everybody is enchanted in what it is to be human and have this human experience, which is amazing, on this incredible paradise we call Gaia. So it's been wild, and it's been an honor, frankly, to be a soul incarnated in this decade.
And what a gift it is to also have been a part of this regenaissance. I mean, this new language, like the creative translation that became possible because of this mythos, the new narratives for cultural change, all of the creators and artists. I mean, I know some people just got here, but in the hexagon of Regenera, Jenny Gutstein was just here, and we were just playing her climate action game show that was helping people to connect to climate solutions while having a good ass time. That was amazing. I mean, it is really just like, how do we connect new language, omnidirectional consideration, amplifying culture? I mean, these were the stories we maybe thought weren't possible until we decided that they were, and that we were going to commit to being in that potential celebration while moving through the stages to get there. And it's just so important to feel into that potential future. And here we are. I can't believe it's amazing. All life is thriving at the expense of none. I mean, we really didn't think it was possible once upon a time, but we did it.
Yeah. Do you remember, it was probably now about 20 years ago, that film The Secret came out? It was all about, you manifest.
My mom showed it to me, actually.
Right. So that was, absolutely true. And so many of us know this, that, what we think, we do go and create around us. And so our thoughts matter. Our thoughts are more than like something, isolated in our minds, in the same way as our dreams matter. And, it was when we realized that actually the individual is a mirror to the collective. And so things that work for the individual also work for the collective. And so when we recognized that, well, the stories we tell about ourselves as in the future matter, and when we realized that actually the collective is just as good at manifesting our future as we as individuals are manifesting our individual futures, then we realized, oh, now we can use story to let the narrative be the front line.
Speaking of story and narrative, look, an artist from Design Science Studio just appeared. Brittany, hi, revolutionary, how are you?
I'm doing so well. Hi, I'm so happy to be here.
So happy.
Hey, Brittany. Oh, it's such a pleasure to introduce Brittany, another a light warrior in the Regenaissance and a citizen of Regenera. Brittany, thank you for being here today, and I've got the honor to introduce you today, Brittany.
Wonderful.
So, thank you for all of the magic you've created over the decade, and you have complete freedom to step. You're speaking Gaian now, so you can step at any point in time. You can be back in 2022 and share. You can go into 2030, but I'll just introduce you, Brittany. So Brittany is a creative producer, a facilitator, and community weaver. She is fascinated with social architecture and communication, and believes that learning and practicing the art of compassionate communication with one another is foundational to the Regenaissance. Brittany believes that we innately possess the capacity to have fulfilling, healthy relationships, and sees trust and love-based connection as the necessary backbone to the spontaneous collaboration it will take to create a world that works for 100% of all life. Brittany guides people in finding clarity and connection with themselves and in their relationships through compassionate communication in service to our collective liberation. So, Brittany, thank you for being an early Gaian coach, language developer, alchemist of the word, and just over to you. Such a pleasure to have you with us.
Thank you so much, Lucian, for that sweet introduction. And yeah, so I thought I would read this poem this morning to kind of introduce the session that I'll be doing later on the Vision Train. And this poem came to me just a couple of days ago, all in a flash, and I'm really excited to share it. So if you'd like to close your eyes, you're welcome to do so. And the poem is called Our Interbeing. You may think you are separate from me, but my friend, do you see? The truth of our collective reality is one of non-duality, that the very energy that flows through you flows through me too. The same energy that inspires a flower to bloom, that coaxes the butterfly out of its cocoon. It is life, my friends, happening now in every single one of our body's more than 37 trillion cells, keeping our hearts beating, pumping blood through our veins. It truly is a miracle, the energy that sustains. Everything is essentially the same. Yes, in many ways, we human beings are all different, but in just as many, we're the same. We are living in an optical delusion of separateness, in which we call each other by our different names, as if our names could encapsulate all of what and who we are. We may think we are the stories we tell about ourselves, yet we are so much more. We exist across limitless realms. Who am I? Who are you? Who are we? It seems to be that we are life unfolding, spontaneous, vivid, ever-changing, infinite expression. Drink it up, take it in. This is a message of reconnection. Can you see it now, all in its perfection? We're all playing music in an orchestra, each of us a one-of-a-kind instrument. We can play jazz, reggae, classical, you name it. But finding harmony with all the rest is the assignment. How do we do this? We open our hearts and lean into gentleness. We learn to listen more than we speak, soften into all that is, while knowing we each play a role that is entirely unique. I wonder if the movement from the I to the we could transform us to be a flourishing, vital force of healing, a whole humanity connected to our feelings, sharing what we have with one another, trusting in each other, collaborating to make things better for our human and more than human family on our one and only Mother Earth. Our lives becoming creative expressions of our devotion. We give thanks for all of the emotion that we get to feel, the joy as well as the sorrow. And from this place together, we imagine a brighter tomorrow. Discovering ourselves as we are, the jewel in the lotus revealing, we are not so far from the overflowing compassion at the core of our being. We each contain the whole universe. We are interdependently woven and weaving a world of belonging.
Oh my goodness. My goodness. Brittany. They say the world was sung into being. You have just shared with us the most beautiful, epic story to land us here in this place of Regenera Rising, the heart of the Regenaissance. There's been so much beautiful beaming happening this morning. Incredible.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you all.
Thank you. And now, to bring forth Susan. Are you here with us? She uses immersive technology to build aspirational futures that reflect her own wonder and awe for the miracle of life, at the same time revealing the ugly truths that endanger our very existence. Using her mastery of experience design, she crafts interactions molded to motivate action and engender empathy. She believes in the virtue of the human spirit and that life is infinitely self-affirming. And I'm starting to cry. Grounded in reality, her work looks honestly at the problem, provides a tangible response, and hopes to inspire collective intention to drive a positive vision for the future. Welcome, Susan, with your beaming heart.
Thank you, Mark. What a lovely and heartfelt introduction. I really appreciate that. So I'm going to share my screen. I have a few different things that I would like to share with you all today. So thank you all very much for being here. It's an honor to be a part of this group. Does everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I am I'm working right now in augmented reality, and I'm creating a city scale augmented reality exhibit in Pershing Square Park in downtown Los Angeles. Here's a little peek at the concept art. You can see the actual like real space in the background, and then these illustrations on top of that. And that's what the augmented reality will be. Oops, there we go. So I'm focusing on the water issue in Los Angeles. I recently read that on June 1st, about 6 million people are going to be affected by a mandatory, reduction in water. And there's discussion about possibly not allowing any outdoor watering because the water level is so low. And there's discussion about if the trees die, what a huge ecological disaster that will be to try to like recreate all of that. And so where can we strike a balance in, doing water saving action now, and then also be able to sustain the ecology. So the park downtown in Pershing Square has a history around this. What historically has been a beautiful fountain was recreated in the, I think, I'm not sure when this redesign was, but if you see this wall here, the water's actually coming through this wall and down into what used to be a water fountain here. And there we go. So it's now dry. It's been dry for many years, but this was intended to be symbolic of the fact that we get almost all of our water from other places. There's no water in Los Angeles. Los Angeles is basically a desert. There's 3 different places where we import our water from, and the one that's we get it from Northern California. We get it from Mammoth Lakes near Mammoth, in Mammoth, and then also the Colorado River. And we share the Colorado River with 6 other states and Mexico. So this is, again, the concept illustration, and I'm just going to come over here to show you a video quickly, just to kind of give you an idea of the transformation. This is one area where it's intended to be inspirational about a future that we could have if we act responsibly now. Apologies if that was kind of messy. So the mission of this project is to build awareness for the water crisis in Los Angeles by teaching the community about the local water ecosystem and its environmental impact, to inspire reverence for this life-giving resource and encourage water-saving behavior change. So that fountain area is the part that's supposed to be inspire reverence. And how the project is going to work is that throughout the park, there will be like exhibits, augmented reality exhibits or stations where it's educational and you're learning about, you know, the California aqueduct and the Colorado River and the Mammoth Lakes. So you'll be learning about all of those and the impact on the ecosystem, because when we divert the water, it obviously has an impact to where that water was intended to go on the ecology. And so it'll be educational about that. The fountain is intended to be inspiration, to remind us, you know, that water is such a sacred resource. And it's been carefully designed to, there'll also be stations or augmented reality experiences where the viewer will have an interaction, and through that interaction, so it could be, the interactions will be behavior, water saving behaviors that everybody can take. The audience is the average Los Angeles resident. So these will be water saving actions that any Angelino can take, such as something as simple as turning your faucet off when you're brushing your teeth, to, you know, building a gray water system when you're home, which obviously, you know, there's a big scale of effort there and cost and those different things, but it's going to educate the population about different things that they can do. And I'll show you in a minute. When they engage in these water saving interactions in augmented reality, that's what actually causes the oasis to grow. And so the more people that partake in these water saving actions at the park, over time, the park will become more and more lush. And so this is persistent augmented reality. So when someone interacts with it, whatever plant gets grown at that time, it will stay there. And so the oasis will continue to generate. So the vision is to motivate collective behavior change by experientially, through sight, sound, movement, and shared multiplayer interaction, demonstrate what's possible for our future. We can work together as a community towards building a regenerative water ecosystem. So I've thought a lot also about how can the impact be measured, because I believe for organizations to believe in this project and want to essentially provide funding for it, that they want to know that it's going to actually have an impact. So I've really thought a lot about how that might happen. So there's a couple of things that I've thought about in terms of creating partnerships with local businesses. Home Depot already does a number of do-it-yourself workshops, teaching people how to, tile their bathroom or, whatever, install things in their home. So my idea is if I can create a partnership with them and also Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, when someone, so this is a control valve that you could put on your shower. So when you're showering and you don't actually need the water, like you're sudsing your hair, whatever, you can turn the water flow off and then only use the water flow when you absolutely have to have it. So this would be one of those water saving interactions. And part of the application could be that you pledge to, I pledge to install X number of these in my home. And you could go to a workshop at Home Depot to learn how to install it. Like I've purchased these and now I kind of don't know what to do with them. I have to hire a plumber to come in and install them. So having Home Depot as a partner to really help people implement these changes, I think could be really powerful. And then if there was some kind of connection to LADWP already has a really robust rebate program for any kind of activity that you do that's any kind of sustainable activity, like changing your windows, adding insulation. So if there was some way to tie this into the LADWP and I could really have hard analytics on the impact this makes, I think it will be more attractive to companies and organizations to get behind and actually, support it financially. I want to go now to show you a little test of the water saving interaction. I'm sorry, I don't have this rendered out for you, but the idea here is this is a game development software, but I'm just gonna demo. So you're looking here. So essentially, if you're in the park, you would see this sphere. And so hopefully it would be interesting enough to attract your attention and curiosity. And then as you walk towards it, it disappears and it reveals the water saving tip. And so this would be obviously turning off leaky faucets. And when you interact with the faucet, the plants would grow in the oasis. So that's kind of the concept. And then you can see your impact directly and hopefully like make that connection in a little bit more of a visceral way than seeing a poster, like on a bus. So that's the idea, is that we have this really powerful medium of augmented reality and we can put it in the real world in context. And I think that's a really powerful medium for making an impact, making, yes, toilet flushers are a lot of water. So I believe that this kind of technology, augmented reality, virtual reality, really has a lot of power to make a significant impact in our world. And that's why I'm really passionate about it. I don't really know if I want to go into my other slides. Let me skip to here. So some of the outcomes are residents gain the knowledge and empathy required to engage in lifelong behavior changes to conserve water. I think that people know there's a water shortage, but when our whole lives and our parents and our grandparents' whole lives have been, every time you turn the faucet, the water comes out. It's a little hard to really connect viscerally to the water shortage. And so this is an attempt to make that connection for people so that they understand it at a heart level and not just a brain level. Also with my goal of really involving the community and bringing local organizations together, that so that it also raises the awareness for local businesses, residents, municipalities, schools, organizations, and to develop a greater sense of community in an effort to promote water conservation and ecological restoration. I hope that concerned citizens, like my friend Mary Linda, is someone who might go lobby or march for environmental restoration efforts for the adversely affected ecosystems. And then there's also going to be exhibits about new technologies that are available and being made and actually used in other countries, but for whatever reasons, there's many reasons we're not using that. And so there's so much technological talent here in Los Angeles with the aerospace industry, with JPL, and all the tech companies that really hope to possibly inspire some of those people to use their talent to make a difference in some of these water saving technologies that do exist and could be helpful. So let me just see. I'm not sure what time I have until Roxy.
You're good for another like 3-ish minutes, 3 to 4 if you want to.
Okay. So okay, I'm going to wrap up really quickly. Call for action. So what I'm hoping to do is attract companies, large technology companies that are really interested in pushing this technology forward. I'm hoping to interest them because I'm doing some things that on a scale that a lot hasn't been done at this scale. And so I'm going to need the help of some pretty sophisticated technology companies. I have a number of technology partners. I hope to inspire local civic budgets like SoCal Edison, DWP, County of Los Angeles, City of Los Angeles, California State. I know they have budget for public awareness, for water and sustainability. And then I'm also going after grants, community arts and sustainability grants. So these are my streams of revenue. It's very important that this remain free and accessible to anyone. So I don't want to have to charge for it. I want it just to be there. That's part of the technology, is that it's always there and anyone can access it if you have a phone. But we can do ticketed special events using a headset and earphones for an even more immersive. We could lease those out and have an even more immersive experience, but it's really intended to be free and available to everyone. Here are some of my teammates. I'm looking for a rock star developer, if you know of anyone. Laura and Jens have been incredibly inspirational and helpful, as long as some other talented artists. So call for action. These are some of my partners, obviously the design studio, and these are my technical partners. So I'm really lucky to have attracted these amazing technology companies interested in supporting the project. That's how I got the proof of concept completed. So I'm looking for creative and technical collaborators. Right now there's no money, but obviously the goal is to get funding so I can pay really awesome talent to make this a reality. Like I said, we're looking for technology partners, sponsors in the way of civic budgets that are aligned with the purpose, and also just looking for affiliate supporters, like-minded environmental organizations that, just with their help can help move me forward and attract other sponsors. So, co-brand, co-promote each other's work. And so here is my contact information. The website is, it's still in progress, so there's a couple of things there. But anyway, I'm going to be working on that soon. So please, if you're interested, let me know. There's many opportunities and ways that there's many ways that you can support. So thank you very much, Design Science Studio, for all of your inspiration and support and this opportunity to present today. I really, really appreciate it. I also want to give a shout out to the AR House LA. I'm staying here this month, and it's an inspiring co-working, co-living space in beautiful Hollywood Hills, and I get to be here for 4 glorious weeks.
Beautiful, Susan. That's incredible. I love these open source and innovative solutions. It's really, I feel like it's going to take LA to a totally different level and a different place. Just shifting the concrete to living systems is really needed, especially in the middle of a city that draws down so much heat. And yeah, there's so much there. So I'm really excited about seeing this in real life and
thank you.
Alive. And then also I just put something in the chat for you. Spherical Solutions is working on a water project down there as well. So you might want to get in touch with them. They're pretty cool innovation studio as well. Would be good potential partners for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Beautiful. Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you, Susan.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I want to just really celebrate this project and all that you've done and how far it's come. And I want to invite everyone to also check it out in the virtual world. There's one other really exciting thing, that if you go to the presentation page for Susan, the project is actually connected to her presentation page. So if you go on Catalyst and you scroll down, you can read more about Susan, and then you can click on the project page, which will take you to the main website, her email, more details. So just want to encourage everyone to use the platform to navigate, to connect with this amazing initiative. Thank you, Susan. This project
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Excellent. And so now up, we have more on solutionism. We want to welcome Planet Home, Blue Planet Alliance, and the Buckminster Fuller Institute to join us for a panel for the next 40 minutes. We'll be moving the world towards 100% renewables with solutionism and eco-sprints. So our panelists today, which I would love to bring them up. Hey, Robert. Our panelists today will be talking about eco-sprint model and programs, scaling the Blue Planet ecosystem challenge of reaching 100% renewables by 2045. Hi, Hank. Discussing solutionism as a philosophy and letting us know more about the Planet Home search for the top 100 solutionists in the world. Hi, George. Featuring global solutionist Hank Rogers of Blue Planet Alliance, founder. Paula Rosales. Hello, Paula. She's the co-founder of Asia Discovery Adventures and Professional Kiteboarder. Very cool. George Orbelian, who is the Buckminster Fuller Institute board member and does many, many things with the oceans. You can find more on his bio. Anthony Randall, who is the CEO and co-founder of Planet Home. And we'll be kicking it off with Robert Suarez, who is the Chief Solutions Officer of Planet Home. Welcome, you guys.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Hello, fellow panelists. I'm looking forward to continuing conversations with all of you. And I'm really happy to see so many familiar faces in the Zoom meeting. Folks I haven't seen for a few years in real life or even on Zoom. So thank you all. I just, for us, we're just really doing a work in progress sharing is what I like to call that. And what we've been doing with the EcoSprint model is taking what Hank had done in Hawaii and converting the state and dedicating the state to 100% renewable energy by 2045. He'll probably get into this more, but that he's sandbagging that number. That's going to happen a lot sooner. So what I'm here to do is just share a little bit about the process where Blue Planet Alliance, Planet Home, and Buckminster Fuller are dedicating ourselves to figuring out how the impossible becomes possible. And one of the core components of this is retrocasting. If you've been in attendance to one of my earlier studio sessions, you may have seen some of this. But by way of background, I too, like many in the audience, am a designer, artist, formerly trained industrial designer. I was at IDEO for almost a decade, then did the startup thing to make sure we could get to market faster. But the IDEO training of design, thinking, and innovation, it came back to me when I joined Singularity University. I was on NASA's research campus looking at exponential technology. I think we just heard about AR and how that's going to be used for, taking action. And we were looking at all these technologies, figuring out how they can drive the greatest impact, social and environmental impact. And what I found is this idea of science fiction. So that audience for Singularity is very much into projecting into the future. And we created scenarios of the future in these big workshops. You can see, this character here was 120 years old. She was thriving in a new way of running mobility. We'd also cast stories about, dystopic futures so we can certainly avoid them. And what we've done now is at Planet Home, we really had taken that model and decentralized it, right? Taking it off a NASA research campus, putting it in a desert in Nevada. And we ran one at the California Academy of Sciences. We've run one now in Palau and Hawaii. So decentralizing the same model is really our goal to scale the impact that we want to see. Currently, I'm doing land stewardship up here in the Sierra Nevada. So ping me about that work where we're taking synthetic biology and accelerating and assisting adaptation for resilience. But more recently, and this is how I connected more with Hank's work, is I had done this for the International Development Bank, really thinking about island nations, and islands is a very different ecosystem, right? Individually, because their biozones are so different, and then as a group. So what we started to do was say, how can we drive these solutions into existence? And it's very much a feature-back approach. So what we do is, we look back at science and comic books. I love comic books growing up, and here's one I picked, and this is a flying car. The upper right is kind of a direct replication of that if you just squint a little bit, and that's in existence. And then the lower right one is a 100% clean vertical takeoff vehicle, Lilium, and they're already investable on the market. So they are coming. It's taking a while. I started looking a little deeper at how, before media, technology, and all these things that we think get us there so quickly, how did people do that in the past? So this is 1915. This is the Planet Home physical home space. If you're able to join us in the future, or if you were with us in 2019, these are World's Fairs. People would come from all over the world to see the future, right? And this one was one of my favorites for a number of reasons. But in 1939, in New York, the World's Fair, people came from everywhere to see what's going to happen in the future. Now, bit of context. At the time in North America, people were living generally in cities or out in the rural areas. So this idea of suburbs wasn't really in full fruition, and people had ideas. So one of the greatest designers, Norman Bell Geddes, worked with General Motors and the US government to see a future. So they created this idea of Futurama. And Futurama, he said, in the future, we will have, independent vehicles. We will have roads and highways that allow you to get out into the rolling green grasses and hills of these areas outside of the city. And you can see here, this is like a ride. People were sitting in and they were moving along this miniaturized vision of cities and rural areas connected by the superhighways, as people starting to live in this space. And it was amazing. People would come from all over the country, all over the world to see this feature. I want this feature. I need this. and they started to vision this. If you look a little harder, you can see a few things. This group is sitting there enjoying cocktails, playing a game, watching a video in their car while their car is driving itself. So this is a vision for our autonomous vehicle. Now, if you squint a little harder, you can see what's going on, and how they were envisioning the tracking system and how these cars could stay on path, etc. And they're coming soon. Cruise, Waymo, name it. There's a startup that is doing autonomous vehicles and coming soon. It took a little while. That was 1939. We're 2022, so it took a little longer. But the most impressive part, having a vision is good and important, but implementing it is the biggest and most impressive component for me. These in the next 20, 30, 40 years, we grew the infrastructure. We built the highways. Everyone started to be able to own a car. There became very affordable with General Motors and Ford. Everyone made this dream possible. But if you see here, I don't know that they envisioned the congestion and the traffic that started to happen when everyone can have a car. What happens when everyone leaves the city, right? This is a picture of Detroit. This is what it looks like when you let people leave. And then this is where they go, right? This is an actual photo, not a rendering of a suburb near you, right? So this is what it looks like. This is a lot of sameness. These are things Getty's and crew probably didn't project. So what we do in our eco-sprints, and what I encourage everyone to do in your work, your visionaries, is take this steep approach. So we take 5 lenses around any problem. We're doing it with clean energy. We'll do it with plastic waste. We will do it with material science. But what's the sociocultural lens, technological, environmental, economic, and political barriers that currently exist, and how can we make sure that we design for a future where those barriers are no longer a problem, right? So for 100% clean energy, again, starting in Hawaii, moving to Palau, and onward, right? We're doing these 7 steps with locals, community leaders, technologists, environmental scientists, business leaders, and certainly the politicians. We frame the challenge. We take a look at, as a team, what is your challenge area and who you're designing for? And then we have the teams go deep. What happens if we're 100%? Why aren't we at 100% clean energy right now? Well, there's barriers in place. People don't understand it. Technologically, it's really expensive to get wind turbines on the island. Tidal power. What about the biodiversity? What happens to the local economics when this new power system comes into play, and certainly the policies that are needed in place to ensure that they stay. They jump to the future, and we had teams look into 2045 and envision a world, create the world where that 100% renewable energy is in existence. They ideated in that space, define their big ideas, so that they can really see who are the stakeholders, where the key use cases, and really starting to build an idea and then retrocast back. Right? This is the important step I said when we started this conversation. If that's in existence in 2045, what needs to be in place in 2040, 2035, 2030, and 2025? You need to educate kids now so that they can actually go build this future you want to see, right? So these are the kind of moments where you start to realize we can do it. It's not easy, but it's certainly possible. And finally, this is kind of my favorite step, is like, everything's great. We're really tired. We're ready to kind of end the day. But the last step is, what are the next 3 months? Because this lays out a plan for what you need to move forward. Is it funding? Is it partnerships? Is it a project manager to move this forward from 0 to 30, 30 to 60, 60 to 90? And those we just finished, less than a month ago. So those plans are in place in Palau. And I think Hank and Paula can probably speak to that. So I will stop there and let Paula take the reins. But I just wanted to share how we've taken that model from a NASA campus all the way to an island in the South Pacific.
Hi, thanks, Robert. So My name is Paula Rosales. I'm from the Philippines. I'm a professional kite surfer. I think I'm just very fortunate that in the Philippines, like you can see in my background, that's my office. We have an abundance of wind energy. And my mother, her background is in corporate communications for the government bank. And my father is in real estate development. And with this education that I had as a child, and of course, my personal passion, I was able to build an eco sprint around it, which is concerned about an initiative to introduce carbon-free fund, which is using the model of Robert, which I really like, into the coastal resorts and making them switch to renewable sources of energy for guest experiences instead of using jet skis or jet propelled powered systems, to just using wind sports, wave sports, surfing, kayaking, and all this, just the fun stuff. And of course, if we can use the program, the EcoSprint program, to something fun, and of course we can use it anywhere. But enough about that. I do want to ask Robert too, what is like meeting Robert and meeting everyone from Planet Home, Hank, George. We all met in the Planet Home event. I want to understand also, what is the Planet Home philosophy and how the solutionism came about.
Interesting. Yeah, it was wonderful spending that time with you and Susie and everyone, and Stephen Kotler. Planet Home was very educational, very tough to do, but the connections made are lifelong. Well, so solutionism came up because we had struggles when Anthony was like, all right, we're starting Planet Home. We need to take, mass action, right? We need to let everyone start driving forward faster towards planetary health. And we're all in agreement. That wasn't the challenge. What was is that we knew there was deep science that was involved to make this happen, but we can't ask everyone in the world to understand that science. So what we started to do is we built this taxonomy, which is very common in biology and science, and we said, how shallow can we get it so that everyone wants to get engaged? And we said, eat, make, move, live. Everyone needs to do that. So they're going to engage on different levels. Like, I want to eat better. Well, there's a solution for that. If you want to go deeper, then there's a little bit more. Is it about food production? Is it about regenerative ecosystems? You want to go deeper into that? All right, let's go into aquaculture. There's solutions there where you can actually start a business, or you can get involved or volunteer. So at every point in depth, you can just start at the top and stay at the top. You can go deeper. There's more to learn. So this is really like depth principles. Hank can speak to this. He's one of the masters of game design. This is the principle that I put into anything I design. And Anthony and I sat and they stare at each other like, this is how we can engage the masses and also engage the deepest scientists to do the work. And that is really solutionism from my perspective.
Yes, thanks for that, Robert. And I also know that you've done the Eco Sprint with global brands. I've done it with like corporate brands and the UN, and also to a select group of burners, the Burners Without Borders for Burning Man. Can you tell us more how these projects, especially Burning Man, and differ from NASA, from UN, from a cultural movement like Burning Man, from the corporate world? How does it differ in terms of like the process?
That's a great question. I don't want to speak to differences right now. I'd like to speak to similarities, right? What do we have in common? And to all those organizations you mentioned, there's commonalities in people who are driving action very quickly. They're able to do the work when the sprint is over. The sprint's easy. We all show up, we do our thing. The tough work is the people on the ground who are going to make it happen. So Burners Without Borders, Fly Ranch had a system in place where they were like, when we get solutions out of the back of this eco sprint, we have a way to capture them, put them in a project planning process, and move towards the goals. What was fun out in the desert is that we didn't have any of the technology. It was beautiful. It was wonderful. We had pencils, pens, markers, and some worksheets, and a lot of sun and shade. And we just it was this beautiful, highly interactive and engaging eco sprint with zero technology. But really, the most impressive point was we took those worksheets, we worked on them, we worked with the Burners Without Borders team to productize those solutions, and you'll see those in upcoming events, not even just Burning Man, but across their portfolio of work. Now, that's true to some of the Fortune 100s I've worked with. They have budget, they have teams, they have people dedicated to do the work. I think the UN is the same. The Caribbean islands, they have people on the ground who are like, I haven't graduated from college, but I know that this is the thing I want to do. I'm going to learn how tidal power works. So it's really about finding the commonalities, and we found them across every one so far.
Oh, that's great. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's actually good that now I was able to join the Eco Sprint in Palau, which is the second pilot for the islands Eco Sprint. And attending your first Eco Sprint in Planet Home, I really see the difference on how me as an island individual can present the common problems that we have to the other groups that are doing the Eco Sprint. But I wasn't there in Hawaii. So tell me, how is it the same? So since we're talking about commonalities, like how was the Eco Sprint in Hawaii similar to the one in Burners Without Borders and all the other Eco Sprints that we've done?
I think, again, it's kind of the structure that's in place, right? We need someone who understands the local culture and how the society is working, right? To be able to influence those changes in the educational system. We need technologists who understand clean power globally, right? Turbines are similar, the wind's different, but the technology can be the same. Environmental scientists, business folks for sure, and funders and supporters, as well as Hank's network of policymakers that spans not just Hawaii, but certainly into Palau. So we're able to leverage the Blue Planet Alliance work to get the right people in the seats and and force them to work together, right? I say force because there's some like that beautiful discourse that happens at tables where people are arguing like, my technology is a little more efficient, or it's impossible to get everyone to convince that they have to get off of this technology and go use that energy. I love hearing those. When everyone's agreeing, it's kind of boring.
Yeah,
Right?
that's true.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for that. And speaking of Hawaii, I feel very fortunate to introduce a global solutionist, visionary entrepreneur, and leading climate advocate, Hank Rogers, founder of Blue Planet Alliance, which was established to create a world in which humanity and nature live in harmony, acting as a catalyst for island nations to achieve true energy independence. This is our goal, of course, building upon monumental climate change policies and initiatives of his Hawaii-based foundation, the Blue Planet Foundation, which successfully passed the nation's first 100% renewable energy law, requiring the state of Hawaii to commit to the goal of reaching 100% clean energy by 2045. That's a very bold goal, and I'm really happy to learn more every time I meet Hank. It's nice to always speak with you, Hank. Tell us more about this mission, and I love hearing it all the time.
Well, in brief, I had a life-changing experience in the form of a heart attack when I was 52. Found my missions in life. The first mission was to end the use of carbon-based fuel, and I decided to do it in Hawaii first because Hawaii is my home. I didn't have any idea how to go about it, and made all the mistakes you could possibly think of. And we spent about 7 years fighting against the utility. Finally, we got the breakthrough with the mandate. Then the utility looked at it for the first time. And more recently, we changed their business model so they make more money the quicker they switch to renewables. So they went from being our worst enemy to our best friend. And frankly speaking, now everybody in Hawaii is thinking the same way. They went from being, no, we can't, to yes, we will. And so that is the mind shift that I like to see in the rest of the world. So we are working with Planet Home to achieve that, first of all, in islands, because they're more similar to Hawaii, but eventually in countries, in the rest of the countries.
Yeah, no, I was really bummed that I wasn't there in Hawaii, being Filipino, and I understand like the story about having the utilities and the community in one room. Sometimes it's a really hard conversation. Since I wasn't there, is there any memorable moment that you remember? Like, is there a discussion that like exploded about that time in
So actually, when we got everybody in the room for our practice eco sprint in Hawaii, everybody was already on the same side. So it wasn't so much, of course, there are always people say geothermal is not the one, or I don't want to see windmills or wind turbines in my backyard, all of that. But we didn't really have much of that during our discussion because, everybody knows that it's happening. So it's more likely that we have adversarial relationships in places where people have never actually had the conversation. So that's the thing that we find. That's what we're trying to accomplish with the eco sprints, is to have conversation between people who ordinarily never have those conversations. And then we make sure that there are young people in the room, because people can't act too stupid, when there are young people in the room, because they're going to hold their toes to the fire. And they, frankly speaking, they have to be civilized. So having young people in the room was a very, very important thing. About a third of our people in Palau were young people.
Yeah, that's true. It's very exciting. The Palau Eco Sprint was really nice. I definitely felt like home being there, coming from the Philippines, just my neighbor. And for me, yeah, that's correct. Like being there, I really cried and I felt so at home, even if it's not my home. And the problem seems to be the same. And as island people, we always feel like we're alone, or like, oh, the rest of the world doesn't understand our problems. But the eco sprints really show the similarities and the shared goals that we have to go through. So that's really great experience, and we hope that we can bring this to the next island nation. So can you share us a little bit more also about the work that you're doing with Burning Man?
Burning Man.
Yeah, like
yeah, sure. So I came up with this idea to make an emergency relief cube, and the cube is an 8-foot container, and what it does is it when you bring it somewhere, it's a power station. So it deploys panels, and it's got batteries and everything you need to have a little power station. So last year, or last burn, 2019, we took it to the burn, and the Burning Man organization helped us find an art project that could be run by our cube. Turns out that they gave us the biggest art project besides the man and the temple to power, and that was the Folly. And we hooked up the Folly. They never turned on the generator. It was one of the most amazing projects at Burning Man that year. And so we powered it 24/7. And this year, with 2 cubes, we're going to be powering the man. So this is the beginning of the end of fossil fuel at Burning Man, because we're going to end up doing this for all camps in the future.
Nice. Wow, that's a very great mission to have. I mentioned that because, of course, I want to come back to Burning Man this year. And it just shows that the Eco Sprint and the renewable energy is not just for the islands. Of course, it's for everyone. We can apply it to different organizations. And we know that events like Burning Man, Planet Home, the Buckminster Fuller Institute, and the design studio, we all need this process in order to achieve this goal, and we all need to work together. And Hank, what is next for you? I heard you're in New York. So what's happening there?
Well, basically, I'm in New York so that I can reach all the countries in the world, because they all have representatives here. So rather than traveling around the world and having to go place to place to meet these people, I can meet them all in New York. So my office is 777 United Nations Plaza. It's right across the street from the United Nations. I also plan to get some of my ideas into the United Nations, because what are they going to do after the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, after they end in 2030? What's the next 15-year look like? I would like it to be the regenerative development goals. I'd like us to put back everything that we've stolen from nature. I'd like this to fix the planet, because if we don't do that, we can't be sustainable. We have to put it all back, then we can be sustainable. So I'm looking forward to doing that by 2045, which is also the goal for all of my 100% renewable energy goals. 2045 is the 100th anniversary of the United Nations. What better outcome of the first 100 years of the United Nations than to fix everything?
That's great. I'm very excited to see you in New York this June for World Oceans Week, and I'm sure we're gonna see George there. I hope Anthony's there. So, well, it seems like it's a logical link to bring our good friend and your partner from Planet Home, Anthony Randall, with a background in engineering. And I mean, I'm so in love with the Planet Home event that I attended. Anthony used to be a global entertainment executive. He oversaw live music careers and produced countless tours and large scale events for great artists like Jay-Z, Beyonce, Coldplay, Rihanna, and Eminem, even. And of course, Planet Home. And I want to know the link. How did Anthony and Hank come together to have this program in place? This is interesting.
Are you
Anthony,
asking me or Anthony? Oh, Anthony's on mute and he doesn't
yeah,
hear.
Anthony.
And I'm here. I just wasn't sure whether you were asking me or Hank.
Well, both of you, both of my idols.
Well, actually, you know, I think you're my idol, but I'm going to ask Hank a question actually, because this is a really interesting link. We only discovered this actually when I went out to Hank's ranch when he invited me out. But Hank told me a story about how he originally started his original concept in 2007. So Hank, why don't you share your original concept of what you were going to do to save the world?
On my original concept, I'm not sure what
you were going to do a concert in Hawaii, wasn't that?
Oh, yes. Okay, it's 2007. We started the foundation, and it's like, okay, let's do a concert. And we were trying to do a concert on Magic Island with Paul McCartney. We had all the wheels turning towards that, and the how can I say, the Ladies Audubon Society went nuts because we wanted to move one tree. Because, you know, there's a big field, and in order to have an audience, you needed to move that one tree. They went crazy on us. And so it delayed us. And then fortunately, Al Gore did his. And then we realized that that concert, the result of that concert was that everybody had a great time, but nobody was called to action. And so then we switched Blue Planet Foundation to becoming an action-oriented foundation. And we actually we're going to do the work of figuring out how to make this happen. So, yeah, I forgot about my early. You reminded me.
Well, and I found it fascinating because in 2007, so my career started actually as a result of seeing Live Aid when I was a kid, and I was very interested in kind of this big gap that we always create, financial gaps or like poverty gaps, and so that's sort of what inspired me. But then I ended up working in music for a very long time. Most of my work was in logistics and finance and running large concerts around the world. But you learn a lot, right, when you go around the world and you see these kind of different places. But 2007, when Live Earth was happening in London, we were performing there. I was with the Black Eyed Peas at the time. And it was actually a little bit of anticlimax because I thought they were gonna, they're gonna solve the world's biggest environmental problems. And then of course in 2008-9, Live Earth is out of business, and I was very disappointed. And so Planet Home was really a similar concept, right? I wanted to do the work. I didn't really want to go to concerts. So I ended up leaving the music business to come and run Planet Home with this idea of, could we actually find a way to apply the actions to the culture? So if we did big events, and well, whether they were what Robert was saying earlier, and Planet Home's idea really was to build a new idea, a new version of, they're using the experiential market and the culture market to apply that direct to action. So we thought of sort of breaking down the planet into these sectors and areas, so we could make it easier for the consumer to come in and discover the actions and discover the solutions. But that's sort of where we came at it. It was like, I just was basically, he's the smartest people I could find in the world. So I found Robert and Stephen Kotler and Gabrielle Hall, another co-founder, and hundreds of other smart people along the way, including everyone here at Buckminster. Amanda was here at the time, and Becca and Roxy and Faith, Tom Chi, and George, and the list goes on. And we just kept on this journey, like, how do we solve the biggest problems? How do we solve the biggest problems? And so when I heard Hank's story, I was a couple of months ago, I was like, oh, that's clearly we've been on the same journey since 2007. So yeah, that's how I came in, I think.
Nice. So how did the partnership on the eco sprints for the islands came together, like the Blue Planet Alliance? Like, what was the monumental event made this like, okay, Hank, we're doing this.
You know, I got to tell you, the funniest thing was it actually started, Paula, actually with your friends Susie and Jeremy on Neckar. So they invited us out just before the pandemic. January, me and Gabrielle went on a business trip, and we went to London and we went to the UN to work on an AI for Good program. And then actually on that trip, we went out to Necker Island for this Oceans Summit. And I actually got to be honest, I didn't even know Hank was there until we saw a picture only 2 months ago.
Right. I was looking at the picture like, oh my gosh.
We were in different workshops. And so what ended up happening was me and Rob wanted to scale the workshops for years. And we've been doing lots of them with Buckminster Fuller organizations. So we've been doing them on different topics. And we ran them all through 17, 18, 19, and 20 into, you know, the big event in 2019. And so really conceptually, it was the Palau Pledge that we sort of learned about. It was this amazing idea that the last president, the former lady, had come up with. And I was like, the eco-sprint was really designed taking existing ideas and moving them to different places or creating new ideas. So me and Rob were like, well, could we scale the Palau Pledge? And of course, the pandemic hit and the rest of it, but we'd worked quite a lot on the strategy of scaling EcoSprint over the years. And we were just looking for the right partner to be able to use the tool set that we built to scale a solution. And me and Hank had become friends. I mean, I'm actually secretly he's my hero as well. I think he's one of the phenomenal humans I've ever met. And, you know, he's an amazing leader and he's an amazing visionary, but he's just a good human. And so somewhere in that 2 years, we started talking a lot. And it just seemed like a natural fit to offer up our support services to Hank's mission to see if we could help Hank with his mission of getting to 100% renewable. And it was really just a meeting of the minds, I think. I mean, Hank, it's always nice.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, of course, I fell in love with Anthony when he came to my ranch and we talked about everything. It's like, oh my gosh, this guy can actually, how can I say, scale what I'm trying to do, you know, into the big leagues. You know, I've done it in Hawaii. I have no idea how to do it in the rest of the world. I just know that we're getting started. We're going to do it. That's all I really knew when I started the foundation, is that we're going to do it. And that's all I really know now is, you know, I know that we're going to do this. And when I found Anthony, and he said, you know, we can actually take this and do that. We can scale it to be huge. And I was like, oh my gosh, this guy is my, can I say, answer to a maiden's prayer. And so he says he's going to turn me into a rock star. Well, as long as the rock is the third rock from the sun, I'm cool with it.
Well, I wanted to switch, you know, obviously working for Re and Jay, who was still, and Will, I am actually still one of my amazing leaders that I've worked with, for someone like Hank that wanted to go out and do this work. So I just feel that any service that we can be on this journey as a team, any part we can play, we'll play.
And for anybody in the room who has any doubt about this, I just want to say that people ask me all the time if I have hope. And the answer is no, I don't have hope. I have determination, because we are doing this. There is no doubt in my mind that we are doing this. And we just have to get everyone else to realize that we're doing this. And that will make the job a lot easier, if not possible. I mean, a lot of people just think it can't be done. It can't be done until somebody does it. And it's, oh yeah, of course it can be done. Well, we're doing it in Hawaii and we're going to do it in the rest of the world.
Well, you know what, Hank, actually, that brings up a really good point. And I'm going to say really a little nod to Mr. Kotler, actually. And I think this will set us up for the George conversation, because actually when we started this journey, anyone who doesn't know Stephen Kotler's work definitely should check it out. You know, Stephen worked on the art of impossible, right? I mean, that's his work, is how do you make the impossible possible? It's the work Stephen did, it's the work Robert did, it's the work Hank did. And I think you're 100% right, Hank. Once you believe you can do something, anything's possible. And I think that at the top of everything we do, from you know, the concept of solutionism to solutionist, was how do we find a pathway forward in the middle? So we don't want to be, you know, we didn't really want to be in the activist space, like, as much as we admire it and we love it. It's a sort of, you know, it's where I come from, right? That energy, that, like, you know, that kind of really kind of raucous energy. We wanted to find a middle pathway to say anything's possible. We can do it. We are going to do it. We're going to get there. And I think Hank got me when we were going to COP. And I didn't make it. You ended up with COVID, I think, or something happened. I can't remember now, but he said we were going to COP and I wasn't really that excited. I don't really like going to them events. They don't really do much for me. I think there's a bunch of conversations, but I was like, he said, but we're doing this. And I was like, we are. He said, we're doing this. And I was like, oh my God, we're doing this. And we've been literally, that's why I think it was sealed actually, Hank. I think when you still went and you still made it there and you still made it happen. And I was like, this guy's not stopping. I guess I should just get on the train.
That's great. No, now that you got everyone wound up, we all want to be part of this. Please tell us, where do we have to be in the next 12 months? What is the next plan? Where are we going to go? Hank, do you?
Are you asking me? Yeah. So,
or
so
Hank?
you know, I'm reserving this for. Anyway, we're going to do a whole bunch of islands this year. And we're trying to figure out exactly what the mechanism is. Do we do them at the same time, or do we do them, like a concert tour, one after another? But we're going to do a whole bunch of islands this year, and then we scale next year. We start going bigger and bigger and bigger until we're able to do, I don't know, 30, 40 countries a year until we're done.
That's great news. And I know we're going to have another Planet Home event, which I'm very excited about. And I've met so many great people in that event. And another great person is, of course, George Obilian. I have a funny story on how I met George. So usually when I come to these events, me and Susie, it's just us that are kiters or surfers. And I feel like I have to be more corporate. But then there's this guy that came up to me in the Planet Home event because I was wearing this shirt. And he said, like, hi. I was like, I really like your shirt. And it says surf naked. So I was like, who is this guy? And then, of course, I researched about George, and I'm fascinated about Buckminster Fuller. I'm a fan of Spaceship Earth. George Obilian is an artist. He's a lifelong motorcyclist, a master swimmer, surfer, a surfboard design expert, and of course, one of the board members of the Buckminster Fuller Institute. And yeah, so he's here with us. I'm very excited to see this another addition to our growing family of Blue Planet Alliance people. So George, hi.
Hi, thanks a lot. It's a pleasure to be with everybody, and getting involved with the eco sprints at the California Academy of Sciences. I just saw that this was the group that was going to do something. I was born in San Francisco and was involved with the real estate industry, and got a lot of information about earthquakes because of where we live, and started to research on disaster preparedness. And I saw that the disaster preparedness were really, systems thinkers. And that's what really aligned me with Bucky's work too, is because he looked at everything from a systems perspective. And then being a surfer, you kind of, you're dealing with weather, you're dealing with the storms that create the waves. And then as I started to look at what was going on with the ocean, I set up Project Kaisei with Doug Woodring and Mary Crowley to go after the plastic in the North Pacific Gyre with Scripps Institution of Oceanography, because I just couldn't believe that there could be a patch of plastic in the middle of the ocean that big. And yes, there is. And we found that it's tiny little particles, a concentration of them that's about half the size of your little fingernail. And so, we started to look at, what could be done about that. And then with the ocean acidification and the damage to the coral reefs, being a surfer, I'm very interested in how waves break. When a wave breaks, it's in 1.2 times its height. That's the water depth it breaks in. As the coral reefs collapse, what's happening is that wave energy that used to break on the barrier reefs, it comes directly into the island and takes scallops out of the shoreline, out of the mangroves. So this system is all beautifully interdependent and interconnected, and it works when it's healthy. And when we damage the immune system of nature, we're damaging our own immune system. So we have a chance to do this now because we know more about what's going on the planet than any humans ever have. We see it from satellites, we can see it from nanoparticles, and we can put the way everything works together and really fix the things that have been allowed to be managed. I mean, it is inexcusable that we're in this situation right now. And, you know, the quote unquote leaders of this planet, that's why Bucky was saying, you know, it's, you gotta go with livingry instead of weaponry. Since the 1950s, we have spent $78 trillion on weapons. Many of the weapons that we've created on this planet have been dumped into the ocean. Since 1910, we have millions of tons of toxic metals and heavy metals that are releasing their poisons into the ocean right now. So we've got there's no shortage of jobs on this planet. And we know what we need to do, and we've got to really bring attention to the things that are going to kill life as we know it. And it's an incredible opportunity and an incredible responsibility. And I'm very thankful that you know, I have plenty of people on this call and others to share this journey with and to get this done. Thank you.
Thank you for those beautiful words, George. Every time I hear something from you, I feel more wise. Like every time I go to San Francisco, I try to connect with George, and I still have to surf with you the next time I'm there when it's not so cold anymore. And
yeah, thank you. And I also wanted to add that Stephen Kotler's work with the impossible, flow, the work of Mihai Csikszentmihalyi, that idea of flow that Stephen's done so much to push into the world, that should be the standard of how every child is brought into this world and can live, where they can where they can grow to their full creative potential and use that. Because Bucky said, every child's born a genius. We de-genius them by the way we bring them up. In 1962, he wrote Education Automation. He said, we will be educated by two-way television sets. 1962, he said, technology will allow us to do more with less until we're doing everything with nothing. I mean, it's all here. The seeds have been planted and it's growing around us. And we're just here to say, hey, look, this is a big real estate project. Let's manage it better.
Now going back to the flow experience, surfing and kite surfing, all these sports that are in nature is actually flow inducing. So that's really a good way for us to get into that mindset. And also, you know, it helps all these organizations to come together. It's a good cultural and flow inducing way for us to open the conversations.
We have to have fun.
Yeah,
we have to have fun.
Well, just George, a quick one, if I may, Paula. You know, so I think, George, while we're here at Buckminster, and I don't think anyone realizes this, but me, Hank, and George, right at the beginning of the pandemic, spent many, many, many hours on the phone. And it's actually the first time the three of us have spoken since the beginning of the pandemic. And we've been on a journey now since the beginning of the pandemic till today. And I didn't realize that until literally yesterday, when this was all coming together. It was like, actually, me, Hank, and George spoke day in, day out at the very beginning of the pandemic about all these ideas we had. And so the fact we're sitting here on this call today is a real honor. And I think for the Buckminster community, you know, one of my favorite communities in the world, I would just ask that, you know, for anyone that's interested in design thinking, just being designers, working on the project, working with us and Buckminster Fuller and Hank Rogers and the Planet Alliance, we're looking for lots of help at these eco sprints. We're looking for thinkers, designers, engineers from all different walks of life to work within each ecosystem. So Blue Planet Alliance is an ecosystem. Our job is to help them on their mission and their challenge. And so if anyone's interested, reach out to George and Faith and Roxy, who is, by the way, was the main producer in 2019 for the experiences, along with some other huge, amazing characters. I think Kish is here. Hey, Kish, I saw you there, and I'm sure the rest of the team is somewhere around. But yeah, reach out to the Buckminster crew. We're looking for some help. We're starting to scale up around the world. And George, thank you so much for just your wisdom over the last 3 years. You're just such an honor to be here with you.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to say thank you to all of you for the work that you're doing, both on the Planet Home Eco Sprints, but also individually within the world. You are all making splashes within the world in your own work. And I feel like what an incredible panel, to bring up here. What an incredible crew of people. I'm really honored to have you guys here. Roxy and I are very grateful that you came and spoke and shared more about Planet Home and also how to tap in and how to really get connected. I think Planet Home was a really big, impactful experience for all of us in 2019, and we'd love to reinvigorate that, and we'd love to bring that back to life. So yeah, deep bow of gratitude to you all. And yeah, thanks for being here.
Thank you. Love, light, and flow.
Yeah, thank you, George.
George, Robert, Hank. And
Aloha.
Aloha.
All right, beautiful. That was an incredible panel. And next up, we have an incredible duo coming up to actually share about their own work and life. They're not only building bridges and creating change within their own work, but they also are doing it together. So we heard from Tatiana the other day, but again, Tatiana is the Chief Strategy Officer and co-founder of Leader on Purpose. And Leaders on Purpose mobilizes multinational corporations, to adopt a purpose-centered business approach to accelerate impact systemically. Through a curated ecosystem, particularly in multinational organizations looking to transform and make policy recommendations, guide systems change, and engage stakeholders in changing the way that they are doing their work. Leaders on Purpose community creates systemic value in purpose economy that drives the delivery of global commitments and supports the future fit business transformation at a global scale. And actually, Tatiana is going to introduce Lucian. So I'll let you guys take it away from here. Thank you for being here.
Hi there, thank you so much for this introduction and for making us part of this incredible gathering of the Regenaissance. And we're so delighted to be here. And it's my honor to introduce first my beloved from the future, Lucian Tarnowski, and what he's doing with United Planet. It's not just that we met in our purpose. We will go into this a little bit later, but it's a delight to show what are the narratives of hope, what are the non-incremental narratives of the future that he came from the future to immerse us into through the United Planet games to bring together the people, to call in what's possible, but blowing our minds and hearts of what this can be. And so I'm incredibly honored to introduce you.
Highly biased.
Highly biased.
Yeah, well, I think what we'll do is I'll go share for 10 minutes about United Planet, kind of the past, the present, and the future. And then what we thought we'd do as a couple on the front lines, along with all of us on the front lines of this Regenaissance, we thought we'd just share some perspectives as a relationship, as a union, and that being, if you like, a kind of seed fractal for the Regenaissance. That there's so much that can happen when you're in that beautiful, like, mutual beguiling, like, supportive ecosystem of home, and we're very lucky to call the bees are our home now.
Yeah.
So should we start there?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Well, so thank you. Delighted. I'm just real hat tip to Planet Home there. Anthony, well done, and everyone on the Planet Home team, George and Hank. It was great to see Robert. Great to see that presentation. And I think when I talk about the past of United Planet, it was actually conceived at Planet Home. Like, Planet Home was where the idea of, like, oh, this is, I think I was with Faith, I think you were there, like, there was Amanda Ravenhill was there, and we were actually, I think, even in an eco sprint when the very concept landed. And So let me start with what is United Planet today, and then I'm going to take us on a time traveling adventure specific to the Up game. Up standing for United Planet. So United Planet really is it's a mythical planetary civilization in harmony with all life. It's a place. It's a place where we've risen to our best self, where we've created a society that is not in competition with each other, but we've recognized that cooperation has won the day. It's a place where we goes over me, and it's a place where we create myth from. It's essentially a North Star for our collective future. And the Up game is essentially a time-traveling immersive reality game that takes us into the United Planet so that we can meet our future self, meet our best self, and spend a week together bringing all of our visions, all of the codes we hold into a narrative building game, a story building game to create a myth from the future. And, I think this is such important work right now because we're clearly missing a narrative that unifies us, that creates an enchantment ideology for the 100%, something that includes all of us. And when we look at the state of the world, we can see that so many people are disenfranchised by the future, and our hope in the future is really at rock bottom. It's shown that 4 out of 5 people in the world currently believe the system is broken. This is the Edelman Trust Barometer. That's not surprising, but what is really interesting is 2 out of 3 people in the world believe the future is going to be even worse than the present. Very problematic. The data shows that as well. Very problematic because without that hope, we end up manifesting those worst dystopian nightmares. So the question is, how do we flip that on its head? How do we create this protopia, this myth of the best we can be, of really recognizing that we actually do hold the solutions, and we can have childlike faith and perseverance that this is the decade of transformation. This is the design science decade. This is the golden decade. And so the Up game is really a method for us to create those narratives. And we bring athletes of systems change. We call players Gaians. We initiate individuals as Gaians, that we go beyond our national identity and recognize that we're all citizens of planet Earth. And we step into the future together. Through this ritual practice, we've created an oath that people take, which is a bit like a Hippocratic oath for time travelers. It goes like this: it's, we are a united planet. I am Gaian. On my honor, I commit to a thriving civilization in harmony with all life. And so we take that oath, and we then step into that place where our imagination, our dreams, our hopes for the future have been realized. And from that place of mind open, wide open hearts, we actually design the narratives and then reverse engineer the strategies, the methods for how we got there. And the beautiful thing is it works. It has profound effects on people. Many people that have been through it describe the games as one of the most transformative experiences of their life. And so now what I'm going to do is just jump into the origin story of how the Up game kind of came to me, because it's very much inspired by the Regen era and by Bucky's notion of the New World game. I was always fascinated by that, and back in 2019, I think it was. I was getting ready to go to Davos that year, and I heard this story of back when the space race began, when JFK gave that famous speech to Congress, where he said, by the end of the decade, we're going to put a man on the moon and bring him safely back to Earth. James Webb was running NASA at the time. And James Webb knew that it was 1962. We didn't have the technology to get to the moon. So he knew that the biggest barrier was actually mindset, that we needed to bring the talent together to believe that landing on the moon was possible, first and foremost. And so what did he do? He threw the biggest party NASA had ever thrown. He invited the brightest minds from across America to come and celebrate landing on the moon in 1962. I heard this story and I was just like, that is genius. That is like celebrating. You can imagine that room going in and everyone's celebrating that which they're going to do and recognizing that they're being invited to bend the arc of history. And so I was like, well, you know, we've now gone from the moon shot to the Earth shot, to this planet shot, that we really need to recognize that this is the decade of action. This is the decade of delivery. This is the golden decade. And so how do we do it for now? And so at Davos back in 2019, 3 days before the event, I started sending emails out to many of the most powerful people in the world, inviting them to come to the future with us. And I was sending these messages from 2030 saying, we've achieved the global goals, the sustainable development goals. We live in a planetary civilization in harmony with all life, and you're invited to come and join us on Friday night. And we threw the closing event there, and it was an amazing success. We had people start speaking stories from what was their contribution to achieving these goals, and had all sorts of people go through that, from like the dean of Said Business School to the CTO of NASA, to Rick Doblin spoke the following year about the future of psychedelics. And what we realized is it was actually really powerful to create this role play of celebrating that which we're going to do. The scientific term behind this is called hyperstition. It's the equivalent of individuals manifesting our own future. It's what happens when a group, a collective, share a worldview, a belief about the future. They actually create the feedback loops that accelerate us towards achieving that. And so I was like, okay, there's something here. And actually, when Planet Home kicked off, we did a 2030 welcome dinner, and everybody came in character in 2030. And we did these events like all around the world, from Burning Man to Envision Festival to World Economic Forum events to like dinners. And I started to see this pattern that stepping into a place of celebration opens our minds and opens our hearts in a way that we can connect with each other, and we can really be in that place of like childlike wonder from a design perspective that allows us to show up as our best and our most creative and not have the limiting beliefs of the current system. And so we started to experiment, and it began actually when COVID began. We were taking a group to Esalen. 40 people were going to Esalen for this systemic change retreat. And it got cancelled because of the lockdowns. And so we brought it online and we created the first up game. And it started as this kind of like a sprint meets a spa for the soul, like a deeply connecting experience, transformative experience, where we took this group on a journey to really bring out collective intelligence and shared purpose, and start to apply our collective capacity to systemic change areas. And we started guilds and alliances, and that began this whole experimentation that's gone on for 2 years, where I really was just the kind of a driver of it, trying to figure out what is a way to create, how would Bucky reverse engineer from the future the new world game? And so I started to spend a lot of time in the future with other people in the future, listening to their visions, and started to really attune my intuition as to what do I remember from the future? Like, how can we remember and like really like that sits with me as true? And that's where the upgame methodology developed, and we launched in Ibiza. I moved from San Francisco, where I was living at Savannah House, which used to be the factory, which gives birth to many things around this community, and moved to Ibiza. and started the experimentation there. And what we ended up creating was a model around the elements. And so we created this structure, and I think I can share it, or I don't know if I can share my screen, or if Faith, you can share the image I put on that. But basically we have the 4 elements, and we bring teams together around the elements. So there's the air team, which focuses on topics including health and well-being, water security. It's all about GAIANs, basically. It's all about our basic needs. Unleashing potential, how do we reach our fullest potential, and sustainable food. And so, as you can see, you might recognize these because we took the SDGs and we said, how would we talk about the global goals if we've actually achieved them? Well, we definitely wouldn't talk about zero hunger. We talk about sustainable food or regenerative food. We wouldn't talk about no poverty. We talk about community abundance. We wouldn't talk about reduced inequalities. We'd talk about thriving for all. So we took the SDGs and we created a new language around them. And we put them into this structure where we create 4 teams of 12, so 48 people per game. Games can go big, larger numbers. We're doing a game with Catapult Future Fest for 300 people. But they can also go smaller. We've done games for 12 people. But the main structure is 4 teams of 12. You have the air team, which creates essentially an immersive experience on Air Day, which is Monday in the upgame. Then we go to the water team, and that's all about community, the return to community. And that's community abundance, wealthy commons, regenerative cities, and infrastructure transformation. And that's on Tuesday. We go out on boats and we create this myth around the return to community that day. And then on Wednesdays, it's Fire Day, and the fire team steps in. And fire team is really all around cultural and societal transformation. So we focus on gender harmony, peace and justice, thriving for all, and circular economies. And you can think of, as we're going through the day, that team of 12 are basically sharing their visions, not just through spoken word, but often that, but through music, through tale of history, through immersive experiences where we're connecting to our breaths, we're synchronizing our heartbeats, we're connecting with each other around our biggest hopes and dreams for the world. And we're coming out as family. And then on Thursday, we have the Earth team, which is all focuses on the planet and planetary identity and this planetary crescendo that we're in. And so there we have topics like planetary health, ocean stewardship, ubiquitous energy, and land stewardship. And so what we're doing is we're filming these, and we're working towards, this is where we go into the future. This summer, we're doing a whole series of games in Ibiza, where we're going to be gathering 48 people per game and filming in VR, because what we want to do is bring this myth of the United Planet into the metaverse and give people the ability to meet their future self, learn what was their part in contributing to this planetary civilization, how do they reframe their relationship to time, and let them meet teams that they can join to transform their own communities and their own futures. And so what we're really building towards is kind of like a Shakespeare play. And we can jump off this screen share if you want, Faith, but it's a bit like a Shakespeare play with the up game. There's 3 acts. Act 1 is weave the stories, bring people together in real life to share stories about how we actually delivered on this decade, how we got the job done, not how we got a little bit done, not how we got like nearly to 1.5 but completely missed it, degrees temperature increase, but actually how we got the job done. How did we draw down carbon? How did we eradicate plastics in the oceans? How did we do these non-incremental transformations in society? And then step 2 is create then a metaverse, a digital world and a digital community where those teams can meet each other and inspire others around those myths. Step 3 is then make that reality, essentially create the financing loops where we can fund those future solutions from the future backwards. And this is a major hypothesis we have at United Planet, is, what if time is hiding in plain sight as our biggest strategic advantage? What if we can step into the future collectively and richly, so that we may design cooperatively the coalitions that can reverse engineer from the future? And what if we were able to create a myth that we went from billionaires to billions of heirs, and we started to fund outcomes based on those future scenarios? That's the goal that we're working towards, to go and say, how do we start to move the trillions of dollars necessary into the future and backwards into the present, so that we can create this cooperative movement to transform our world? And that's like the big hypothesis that the Up Game is testing. And we're testing it by bringing literally hundreds of people into the future as our best self. And so it's really exciting. It kind of works as a methodology. It's totally open source. Very much welcome you to host the Up Game methodology, and to invite. You could do a dinner where you invite your friends to come as their best self in 2030. Or you can do parties around it, or you could structure it as a whole Up Game. And I've written about how we do that. But that's the past, the present, and the future of the Up Game. And it's really exciting. We're filming, we're seeing this whole content play, where we filmed, we did an Up Game in Damanhur in Italy called Time Ritual. And it was all about the notion of stepping outside of chronos, what the Greeks called chronos, kind of linear time, into kairos, what the Greeks called, for the Greeks represented all time, the past, the present, and the future. And so we filmed a movie that we're going to do a little opening screening, just the kind of beginning of it later, just so you can get a feel of that. But what we're seeing is Up Games can become a whole TV show and an immersive experience, where we can bring the athletes of systems change, those like architects of the future, the storytellers, the League of Extraordinary Storytellers, to come together to go and design the stories, the cultures, the rituals, the solutions necessary to deliver on this decade. And so with that, I'm delighted to jump into a conversation with beloved on this and on leaders on purpose. But hope that made some sense. And if you might, I'll put my email in here. If you're interested in joining us for one of the gatherings in Ibiza, we'll be having 4 teams: the air team, fire team, air team, water team, fire team, earth team. And then what happens on Friday is we have Ether Day, which is, think of it as like SDG 17 Day, but it goes beyond the SDGs. It is really, how do we then create a collective mythos? Like, what is this artifact of 48 people's collective prayers, collective visions? And how do we bring that together into a narrative that we can all go home and remember and tell all our friends, and take it onto Netflix and the rest of it? So that's kind of what we're building towards. Very early on, very, we haven't yet raised launched the DAO, but the whole structure is a decentralized model where United Planet is a DAO, and each team can then create a DAO and have its own treasury and showcase projects. And the whole idea is to then create like an accelerator, like a YC from the future. So hope that makes sense. And I'd love to open it up to Tatiana and I. I think, how long have we got, Roxy?
You have about 8 minutes.
8 minutes.
That works?
Okay. Yeah. Great.
Amazing. Welcome.
Yeah. Sorry. There we go.
Yeah. Wow. Thank you so much. Maybe for those of you that were not there when I presented on Wednesday, just a very, very brief what I'm doing with Leaders on Purpose, and you will very clearly see why we are here in the vortex of creation.
Yeah.
Together. Leaders on Purpose is today the biggest platform for multinational CEOs and multilateral leaders and leaders of all kinds that are in a position to deploy decisions that would rapidly help us. and have a sense that any systems value proposition for the planet is needed, and to do the work that is significant to achieve that. There's way more behind this. We bring together the Global CEO Summit in the UN General Assembly. Some of you participated. The Design Science Studio team was there with their artists to capture the visions of what those CEOs and other leaders have discussed. It was absolutely incredible. And you'll find more on our website, leadersandpurpose.com. And yeah, but so happy to jump into this conversation, because as you see, we clearly are, us, me, you, and our creative forces together. Yes.
Yeah. Well, it's been moving from San Francisco to live together here in Ibiza in nature. You know, I spent my first 18 years living in nature, and then the next 18 in cities, and now being together, you know, hopefully the rest of our lives in nature.
In Ibiza.
It's just pretty amazing. It's an incredible womb of creation for Leaders on Purpose and United Planet. And it's really, we see it as we sometimes describe it as like a soul spa.
I just wanted to say that, actually.
So,
it's a soul spa, absolutely. But something which is sometimes we wonder as well, and I believe some of you are also in these incredible places and together in community or in partnership or with family. And and we have and we can work in this beautiful, inspiring nature and community of people and systems change, innovators and artists and creators, to really always stay connected to our heart no matter what we're doing. What I also shared on Thursday, I believe if we create from our heart, we create art, right? So being it a strategy for transformation, being it a game, being it art pieces or NFTs in this direction. And we wondered sometimes, well, we feel so blessed to be here. We're so grateful to have this space, this energy, and being here together. And what we understood is that for us, and I believe for most of us, this is true, because we create from a space that is not a fear-based space. We create from a space of love. We create from a space of community. We create from a space of nature and coming together and belonging and thinking the audacious and act upon the audacious. And one thing I've heard today, which really stayed with us, and I think we so unite in that, it's not about thought leadership, it's about action leadership, in terms of that we're all our own leaders into this action. And however, of course, it's very accelerated if you come together with the people around you to share this. And it's such a privilege to have this in the union. And
it's like a seed fractal, we feel. It's like it makes sense that the great storyteller would tell stories through relationships. You know, the part of this emergence of kind of what we see as like the characters that are there, like so many characters here in Regenera. Like, so the citizens of Regenera are amazing, right? And so, how do we gather these characters, find the others, get the band back together? And that often one of the kind of hallmarks, I think, is like unions that are based on like this deep commitment together to shaping the future that our children ultimately will inherit. And how do we together live as great ancestors to the future?
Absolutely, and allow the partner in any kind of relation, right? It can be in family and for deep friendships, and other for us in our relationship, allow the partner to fall into this trust, to hold these audacious visions and to act upon it. And I think all of us know exactly how it means, how incredibly valuable it is to find the others, find the one or the ones that are comprehending what your heart and your mind wants to channel through, wants to bring through, and can hold this and actually connect all of that together in synchronicity and synergy. Which we are also doing. For us, I would also say it's like it's a rapid acceleration of the things that sometimes describe us as a centrifuge. Because of based on the United Planet games, these incredible visions that are getting created, those people that are coming, and then those leaders that we're gathering with Leaders on Purpose, we're always listening bringing people in. Some of you have been at the summit, some of our leaders have been at the games. And it's just, we see how this is accelerating between us and everyone that we involve in that. And it gives us so much energy and
so much hope, so much just like hope that, you know, because it's like, so often when we go out to the world, we get this constant feedback as to like, why like our hopes and dreams are maybe like naive or, you know, like utopic, but actually in a relationship, you can form that foundation of like, no, this is what we believe and this is what we stand for. And it's so, you know, we just think just so powerful. Yeah. And then it ripples out. It's like a fractal of an acupuncture spot, because it's like, the relationship starts with that seed fractal, but then like there's at a community level also. So Ibiza, just to give an example, like Ibiza is an island. It's very similar to what we were hearing from Planet Home, the Planet Home team, that, you know, these islands of transformation is a very real thing. And there's so many people who have been attracted to Ibiza, like Costa Rica, like other places, these other hubs of transformation and kind of like regenerative rising hubs, acupuncture spots. And Ibiza is like a kind of crystal stage, and it's pretty unique in that it's like, you know, only 144,000 residents from like 144 countries, but has like 5 to 6 million people visit every year, and mimetically reaches like 2 to 3 billion, arguably more people that know about exports from Ibiza than Spain. Very rare for like an island belonging to a nation or like member of a nation to have larger reach than the nation, you know, the parent nation, as it were. And so we think that Ibiza is like the most pregnant island in the world, you know, and we're going to have some debate on this, the most pregnant island in the world, to showcase how fast we can create the future, because we need these shining lights, we need these shooting stars, we need these crystal stages to showcase what's possible. And that's something we think is here, yeah? Yeah,
and I think the beauty in Ibiza being this finite island is also then to understand, okay, how does it connect to your point, from to the community level, to the local level, because of course there can be so many problems on this island in terms of sustainability, on water, etc., based on all this tourism. So how can we, with our missions, give back to the island, to the local, to the community, and learn from this how it ripples up for scalable models up to the global economy, but also to be again scaled down in other regions around the world that experience similar things, as we know are happening.
And that's our cue, Mark, for beaming. So thank you guys for having us. Thank you for listening to us and creating like just a big hat tip to everyone at the Design Science Studio.
Yes.
This is a mammoth task, a mammoth like creation you've done. So well done, Roxy. And Roxy, we can't wait. Nico, we can't wait to see you here in Ibiza.
Yes. I think you need to have an office here. So.
Yeah. Yeah, this will be your European HQ.
I'm there. It's going to be so great to spend my birthday with you. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, we can't wait.
Thank you so much. Thank you all. Thank you so much for being on this journey all together.
Yeah, and I'll put my email and I'll put the website in there as well. So thank you. Thank you, Roxy. Thank you, Mark.
We're so honored for all that you do. Yeah. And before, I know Mark has a very perfect introduction, but I also want to encourage you now, Lucian, to share a little bit about the screening that you're doing in a few minutes, because I'm going to talk about it, but better for you to talk about it than me.
What time are we going on that?
Basically, you're scheduled to do it in 10 minutes, if that's still your plan.
Right. So what I'll do is I will show, so let me get super high level, and I'm going to do the beginning of it as the first, it's like 10 minutes. I'll show that because I need to get Lily to bed. But it's the first 10 minutes and it's perfect because it will give you a kind of set. But Damn and Her was created by this amazing man, Falco. He was a legit time traveler alchemist. He created it in the 70s with a small community. 24 people started it, and 150 people then came together to build the world's largest underground temple. It's the eighth wonder of the world, and we use that as the set and setting for Time Ritual, which was an up game where we basically showed that what if we change our relationship to time and step outside of time in our mission to blueprint a planetary civilization? And we created this movie out of the back of that game that was shot inside the temples, which are actually dedicated to the future of humanity. The Damanhurians believe that they are the direct descendants, the reincarnations of the Atlanteans that have come back in time to quite literally change the timeline. And so we go through this immersive movie where we have 7 chapters, an introduction to the concept of stepping outside of time. Then we go into the air chapter where we create a myth of a new planetary language called Gaian, advancing the way we communicate using senses, being polychronic, not bound by time. Then we go into the water chapter, which mythologizes the return to community. And we go into the fire chapter, which is all about the rise in feminine and societal transformation. Then we go into the earth chapter, which is all about the planetary age, planetary identity. Then we go into the ether chapter, which is stories of the divine. How can we be inspired in this moment in time by all gods that have ever been worshipped and what we can learn from them? And then the final chapter is on time. And that basically says, well, if time is a dimension and there's other dimensions, what happens if we like change our relationship to that dimension and kind of overcome our limitations, our kind of, if you like, master-slave relationship with time? What happens when we do that? It changes everything. And so that's where the movie completes. But we'll just do the intro today, and thank you, Roxy.
Wow, holy cow. You know, I'm beaming, you can see it. I'm just like, and I just want to thank you both, Lucian and Tatiana, for beaming from the heart of the Regenaissance, these mythic operating systems, our new mythos, where hope and determination illuminate the protopia we all know is possible. As you mentioned, in the 60s, Bucky instigated the World Game, which was intended to be a tool that would facilitate a comprehensive, anticipatory design science approach to learning about and presenting solutions to the problems of the world. In 1965, Bucky then put out a call for a design science decade for the next 10 years. Now, here we are in the second year of this revitalization of the design science decade. He emitted an omnidirectional beamcast years ago that has resonated with each of you. Backcasting evolutionary alliance mediums, helping us see our potential as I becomes we, full of heart. Roxy, speaking of we, what's coming today that we have the joy of witnessing and participating here in the eternal now of Regenera?
Thank you, Mark. Thank you for that download, and let me share. But first, before I share, I want to invite 3 of our revolutionaries who are about to host an incredible session on alchemical architectures. They're architects and artists. Oops, we brought them and we lost them. Hi, Shanita. Hi, Veronica. And I don't know if Kath is here, but they have a session that starts in 3 minutes. And I wanted them to share about what is in store.
Take it away, Shanita. I'll drop some links in the chat while you talk.
Thank you, everyone. Yeah, we're really pleased to present our discussion or further discussion with alchemical architecture. And basically, we're going to just take a look at some of the issues that are happening or some of the issues that exist within architecture, from how we approach design and some of the flaws that we see with that outdated approach to the design perspective. And then wanting to, how do we bring that into more, integrate that more with bettering the human experience? And so we have, we're going to talk a little bit about some of the issues that we see, and also offer some solutions with how we can be a bridge to fostering designs that are more curated to be more mindful, more inclusive, and just more accessible to all beings, as well as being in more alignment with the planet.
Exactly. And Shanita and Kath and I have been working at architecture at different scales. So as architects of the future, we acknowledge that there's a need to create interfaces with nature at the home scale. That's our primary interface with nature. But how can we also scale that up into a hub or a community scale? And what kinds of healing can we facilitate through the spaces that we design at that scale? And then I'll be sharing about my work at the hive scale and how we can create collective intelligence and catalyze spontaneous collaboration through something called geodesign or planetary operating systems. And so architecture at the global scale is also what we'll be discussing. So we invite you to join us. All the links are in the chat. And thank you, DSS, for this beautiful confluence that is emerging in this moment with alchemical architectures.
Thank you.
Yes, the session is not to be missed. We got a preview of it and the fireside chat, and I think it was one of the most moving and powerful and empowering and like enlivening, I don't know, sessions of the whole fireside chat series of all of the revolutionaries. And I'm really, really touched that this is happening, and I really want to encourage people to check it out. So don't miss
Thanks,
it.
Roxy. If anybody is watching on the live stream and you want to join us, go to alchemicalarchitectures.com and the Zoom link is there.
Perfect. All right, y'all get over there. It starts in 1 minute. Bye.
See you soon.
See you soon. Awesome. Okay, so I'm going to share a little bit about what's coming up. We're a few minutes behind schedule, so I'm going to try to be easy breezy about it. And we have a sound healing in here that's happening shortly after that will start about probably 4 minutes late if I can be speedy. So let me just welcome you all again to today, Re-enchantment and the Circularity. This is day 9 of 11 of this global confluence for creators of regenerative futures. And we're so honored to be here together. I have a message from Amanda Joy Ravenhill, one of our founders and the previous executive director of the Buckminster Fuller Institute. Amanda Joy, Faith, Nicholas, and I all founded the Design Science Studio, and she wanted me to welcome you to this day.
Hello, Regenera. Welcome to the day themed around re-enchantment and circularity. Re-enchantment is this idea that is coming from sociology, that there are societies that are enchanted and societies that are disenchanted. And it's a way of relating with nature and relating with, you know, the harmony and reciprocity that can exist between humans and nature. And the process that we're going through right now around the world is this re-enchantment of coming back to this, you know, harmonious relationship in which we can be apex healers and apex gardeners rather than just apex predators as human beings, that we can be this beneficial and very welcome keystone species in our ecosystem. And so we're in this process of re-enchanting, of, you know, literally chanting, listening to the songs, listening to the rhythms of nature around us, and tuning in, chanting, re-enchanting, tuning into that and understanding our place. It's rather than cancerous forces or negative forces as net beneficial, that each of us as humans can have this net positive relationship where we're creating more ecosystem services than consuming of ecosystem, wherewithal with around us. So that's re-enchantment. And the circularity is this idea similar to the singularity, this kind of event horizon, this moment of no return in which all materials could be circular. So they're either grown in a way that's regenerative, that's adding to soil, that's, you know, creating more ecosystem health, that's providing habitat for biodiversity, that's creating watershed retention. So these net positive materials, or they're recycled. This idea that we've kind of like hit peak mining of the materials that we need, and we can just recycle from here on out. So the circularity is this moment, maybe 2030, maybe sometime thereafter, in which we have, right relationship with the materials around us, and we're recycling and upcycling all the molecules. So enjoy today. in the theme of re-enchantment and circularity. It's great to have you all here.
Amazing. Yay, Amanda. Wonderful. So as a part of today, we have a schedule. I'm going to reshare so it shows up a little larger on the screen. And but before I do that, if you are new to our event, welcome. The way that you get around is our platform, which I've just put in the chat to navigate. I'm going to play a quick video from the creator of the platform, a revolutionary in the Design Science Studio, to show you how to navigate easily so you don't miss anything you want to see. And then I'll show you a little preview of some things coming up, and then we'll have a sound healing in here.
Either scroll down the page or use the purple bar at the top to jump to the section that you're looking for. Each event has different sections that are turned on and off. The Happening Now section shows everything currently going on, with a quick way to either join the session or to preview what is happening. The Check-in Map is a module for virtual conferences, which allows attendees to see where everyone is calling in from. You can click on the different cards to see people's responses and where they checked in from, or you can click on them to see their response in a pop-up window and cycle through by clicking Next. The Featured section is a way to showcase different speakers or presenters at a specific event. The Agenda shows all the different sub-events for multi-session and multi-day conferences. There are lots of other sections, such as sponsors, related events, and comments, but let's dive into the agenda. This event is the Regenerative Rising launch for the Design Science Studio. Pretty awesome. Each event has different views at the top right corner. The gallery view is best for exploration. The long card view is my personal favorite, which shows topics as well as the different stages. The list view is designed for a quick glance and easy ability to find events listed in chronological order. The calendar view gives a big picture view of the entire week for a multi-day event. And last, the timeline view. The timeline view is a detailed agenda that allows you to see events that are happening at the same time. You can also toggle between week or day view to be able to zoom in and see everything that's happening for the specific day that you're interested in. For all these views, you can change the way that the events are searched and filtered. For example, you can filter by topics. These filters will filter across all the different views. You'll be able to see that there are 5 events between April 21st and May 1st which have these topics. You can click on the X to remove any topic filters. You can also search by the session category and session types, for example, workshops. Each one of these views allows you to click on the particular cards and see a preview of what's happening with the date, information, as well as ways to either share, join the session if it's in progress, or add it to your calendar. These cards will also have the related information, such as participants or related events.
Cool. I'm very happy that we've had almost no issues with people navigating this platform. All right, so what's coming up next? Here we are. Space time. Lots of beautiful things. We have another room called Biophilia, and that is opening now with the preview with Lucian Tarnowski. So definitely encourage you to check that out, the up game, which we just talked about. Also alchemical architecture, which we also just talked about. So in here, we will have some breath work. Lots of talking, give ourselves a little embodiment. You deserve it. There's a lot of information. I encourage you to do it. Meditate and ground in with the delightful, delightful Natalie Keegan. So after that, we will be having a beta launch of a wonderful program and platform that Basma has created. And this is going to be coming to us live from Jordan, where this is being launched. And so really excited about Basma's work. Another exciting thing is that this was originally going to be pre-recorded and now it's going to be live. So really wonderful to have this opportunity to showcase the launch of Basma's platform, which is showcasing different craftspeople who are doing really wonderful work that is all ecologically responsible and uplifting their projects and their crafts. And all of that will be hosted in their marketplace. So check that out. Then we will have a session with Liv Scott, a revolutionary design science studio, all about the studio and the amazing incubator that we run of the 144 multidisciplinary creators. So definitely tune in for this. Really grateful that Liv wanted to host this session to share about why and what we do at the studio and why it's important. And then in biophilia, we have a session with revolutionary Alexandra Isaevich, all about Yuzazu and it's a mind-body discipline that maps our movement in space. So that is something we've been looking forward to all week. In this room, we will have a listening session with Perusia. So this is going to be an immersive sound experience. And then Bliss's very own mentor, David Stevens, is going to join us for yoga of the mind to also kind of cleanse, integrate. Really grateful that David's going to be joining us. Around the end of that in a different platform. So this is going to be actually on streamed on all of our live stream platforms. In addition, internally around and inside of Topia, where there's going to be an art tour for 2 hours, which will interact with different artists who have work in some of the 11 immersive interactive worlds that have been built within the Design Science Studio. If you're not on the tour, and you're in here, you will get to experience the needs and offers segment today. So this is a huge one. This is super important. Vincent and Shant have created a workshop to support people posting and receiving the things that they are both needing and offering as we're accelerating regenerative futures through many creative projects, initiatives, artworks, and more. So definitely tune in, learn about each other, see how you can support and how you can receive support. This will be from 3 to 4 p.m. And then in biophilia, about halfway through that, Liv will kick off Stories We Tell. This is all about narratives for cultural change. This is also going to include a collaborator Liv is bringing with Abba, and that will be for about 45 minutes. Then in the main room, we'll have a quantum love letter writing workshop to cultivate a love letter to ourselves. As we're reimagining and regenerating our planet, we also get to regenerate our relationship with ourselves. So definitely come for that creative writing experience. In the biophilia space, medicinal mushroom foundations will be happening with Monty Sharma. And then we kick off the Planetary Salon. And we are joined by an incredible creator, Payush Kumar, who is going to be sharing a bit about why re-enchantment is important. He does a lot of work around indigeneity, and this amazing person was brought to our community through one of our partners, U Productions, and Aliko. So thank you, Aliko, and all the community members who have joined because of Aliko. We will then tune in to a welcome for the citizens of Regenera. emergence of heart for feeling into the present for a future. This is a workshop by Liv Scott, a regenerative relating writing workshop. And then Pamela will share some shorts on I Am Mother Earth, the film project, participatory film project that she has been creating and will continue to be this transmedia project that is all about the voice of Mother Earth taking, getting the reins back. Marley Benedicto, who is actually hosting a session a little earlier, which for some reason isn't showing up, but it is a session all about trees, NFTs, and blockchain. And then there is also a musical act at the end of the day with Marley. Afterwards, we have an incredible artist, Rabab, who is a North Indian Afghan classical musician who will be sharing traditional ragas. And then after that, we will have a dance party with Ross. So that's a lot. Get buckled up. Definitely encourage you to take breaks, drink water, stretch, get outside, put your feet on the earth, and have fun. And without further ado, I'm going to welcome Natalie to the stage so that we can take a few breaths, ground into all of this beauty. She's tuning in from Europe, and we're so honored and grateful that we were able to make a time work to weave in your offering. And also thank you to Jeet, who helped facilitate supporting getting Natalie here with all of us today, because it is really just such a gift to bring all of your expertise and your long time passion for inner and outer nature that helps to support planetary and human health. So this experience will open up ideas around ways to serve and your interconnected health and the path of regenerative rising in our bodies. So thank you, Natalie. You still have about 23 minutes, so please, the stage is yours, and we're so grateful to have you here.
Great, thank you, Roxy. And yeah, it's just been a big wealth of information coming in over the last few hours. And yeah, so it's an opportunity now to integrate some of that amazing information we've been given. So I'd like to ask you, if at all possible, if you could put your videos on so we can get a sense of each other here. So we can connect as a community. I know it's not possible for everybody, but if you can turn your video on, we're going to have our eyes closed through the meditation, but it's just a nice way to, yeah, just really recognize that we're a community together. And if you're joining us for the meditation, if you can grab a cushion to sit on, or if you're on a chair, maybe taking your shoes off so your feet are on the ground, and placing a cushion so that your pelvis is slightly tipped forward if you're sitting sort of cross-legged or that kind of sitting on the ground, so your knees can drop down. And yeah, my idea to offer you today is to really sense and inquire that exploration of inner and outer nature, and really sensing that there is no separation, which, you know, a lot of people have been talking about here, but to really embody that and really feel that, and allowing our visions and our imaginal to come into form from that embodied, centered place where we can really feel our response to the animate sense of nature. So like our living system and Gaia, Earth's living system, really to feel that. Great, it's lovely to see a few faces popping up now, so we can feel connected to each other as well. So yeah, if you're comfortable, make sure you're warm, make sure you've got that position so that you can have some verticality in your spine, but without bringing any tension there. So let's begin by really arriving here in our body, in this present moment, in our breath. And take a moment to really let the body's wisdom, its intelligence, to just show us how it wants to breathe right now. Maybe there's a softening in the belly, just allowing that breath to be full, or maybe you're needing a gentle, slowing down kind of breath, just really listening to your own individual sense of what it's needing right now. And then taking a moment to feel the ground beneath you, feel the landscape of where you are. We're quite a global community here, so just taking a moment to feel the ground connect with your roots from the base of your spine, feeling your sit bones on the land where you are, even if you're 3 floors up, just getting a sense of the landscape that you perhaps know quite well, or the area, the community that's around you. And just dropping into that support, just noticing how your body might respond as you really feel, okay, I can let this body really drop in, feel the support of the land here. And from that ground, just take a moment to come into the spine. The spine is an incredible part of our connection between the earth and the space, the vast, vast space above and around us. But it's also our core blueprint of health that has been with us since we were little cells dividing. That midline came into being. And as I say that, I'm getting a sense, of the core of the earth also that has that similar center. And there are so many mirroring reflections, the branches of the trees, the branches of our veins and our nervous system, the pathways of the rivers, the circles of a tree when it's cut, those circles of history, the circles of our thumbprint that shows our individuation, the mycelial network and the fascia that is our interconnectedness inside our body. So just take a moment to really sense that inner and outer reflection. As you start to center in that midline. And then as you begin to settle into your felt sense, let the mind rest a little bit and just really coming into the felt sense in the body. And just find somewhere in your body right now that feels really comfortable, that has an okayness to it, maybe even loveliness to it. And just find that place, even if there might be other areas in your body that aren't so comfortable, that are speaking louder. Find that quiet place, perhaps it's quiet place of okayness and comfortableness, and just resting your attention, your awareness, your breath there for a moment. And noticing how your body responds, opening up that relational field to the whole body. How does the whole body respond as you feel into that place of comfort there? And then we're going to take a bit more time with really filling up our awareness of the whole body and the space around the body. So just beginning by sensing your body as fluid, as much of our body is water, as much of our earth is water. Take a moment to feel that fluidity in the body, letting your breath move through that fluidity. Noticing where it wants to move to different areas of the body, filling up that whole space in its movement and expansion. And then imagining that water turning more into mist, like water droplets. Also feeling that space, feeling the breath rippling through it. And then allowing that to move even more into a sense of spaciousness that really fills out the space just a little bit beyond the body, maybe a few inches, maybe a few feet, just feeling into what feels right to you from that midline, from that center, expanding out with that mist that now becomes spaciousness, space itself. And within that spaciousness, still sensing your heart connection, that metta, that unconditional love that is beating within that spaciousness, that pulse, pulsing into the wider sense of the self that is also connecting to this community, community also being the earth, the animate earth, and all the beings upon it. So sensing self, but also sensing perhaps the line, the kind of container of our body is not quite as fixed as it may at first appear, and just opening that softness to the space around you. And as we come now into this more embodied place, I'd like to open up, as has been experienced a lot in these last days, so many visionaries, so many ideas, so many possibilities of present into the future, regeneration, and all that that might mean. The action of regeneration, revival, renewal, the creation, the rebirth. And we're just going to drop in that question as we open up to the possibility of the imaginal, of image, of imagination, to come from this embodied place, just opening up that possibility now, that each one of us has seeds in that vision, may open up to what we see right now. So that may open up by sensing an otherness in front of us, whether it be the earth, divinity as we see it, which may also be earth, or it may be a person, a form, a being, an element, a quality, a felt sense, just opening up to the otherness, to open up that conversation of how we and each one of us may serve this possibility and idea of regeneration. So find your own way to navigate that question, just asking from your heart, from this embodied place, how may I serve? How may I serve this regeneration? And allow this to begin to open, perhaps in front of you, perhaps from within, behind, around. Allowing it to arise uniquely and trusting that the way for you to see, feel, sense this image for you right now, just allowing it to come more and more into form. And if your mind begins to wander, or you're questioning what you're seeing, or just bring it back to the breath, to the self, looking out, opening the question, how may I serve this regeneration, this planet, this animate being, the health of my being and the health of all beings. May your awareness guide that image and opening again. Is there anything else there that I'm not seeing right now? Just opening up that inquiry, that vision a little more, seeing what else can be sensed here. Sensing that relational field and communication from yourself to the image and the image to yourself, opening the heart between you as you feel into that question, that inquiry. And when you feel ready, just taking a moment to integrate what you may have felt or seen or sensed, that seed opening up, maybe something that you want to bring into action in your life that will support this service to Gaia, to yourselves, inner and outer being. Find a way to let the image go, but to come back to self and integrate into the body, the breath, this moment, and bringing back that wisdom, their treasure, a gift, back to the heart of your being, lighting up the eros for that idea. Taking a few breaths to come back to the sense of the body, sitting here on this land, wherever you may be on this planet. And grounding that idea, embodying, integrating with your breath, with your presence. Om Tara Chitare Ture Soha. Om Tara Chitare Ture Soha. Om Tara Chitare Ture Soha. May this practice be for the good of all sentient beings. And taking your time to move your body, have a little stretch, and gently opening your eyes back into the space where you are right now and to the room where we sit together. And if you feel to find a pen and paper, a sketchbook, maybe jot down, sketch any ideas that are coming to you right now. Or you may unmute and share. I don't know how much time we've got, but if anybody feels to verbally share, you can just unmute yourself. AB, if you're talking to, I can't hear you, you're muted at the moment. Ah, come. Also, you can share in the chat if that feels more comfortable for you. Thanks, Roxy, for that.
Hello.
Yeah, sometimes it's important to gather back in when there's so much information to integrate. So, yeah, if anybody wants to share right now, or I think there's a tight schedule, so it might be that we have to move on.
I want to share real quick. Just
yeah, sure.
Yeah, you know, I've been here for a little. It's different, you know. Yeah, usually she does this on the vision train. For me, what's at 1 a.m. And so just maybe like 4 people that like max. So here with all these people, there was a different intensity to it, almost like I want to say like flaming intensity. Instead of just like the grounding down, I felt like the flame back up. And yeah, that's how I describe it best, I think.
Yeah, great. Yeah, I think it can be a catalyst, and a kind of, accentuates things when we come together with ideas, and all the visionaries that have been speaking today. It kind of lights the eros and the flame for making change, being the change.
Yeah, I didn't quite get a vision this time, but I know where I should do something on a painting, so that was helpful.
Yeah, sometimes we need to keep coming back to this question. Sometimes it's not clear straight away, and so it's something to keep dropping back in and asking that sense of the divinity within and outside, asking Gaia herself, how can I best serve you?
Yeah, so just a deep thank you, Natalie. It was really nice to ground. It's really nice when there's chaos and beauty unleashed and celebration, but it's just nice to come back into your whole being and be for a little while. I really appreciated it. Thank you.
Yeah, I think something about seeing the beauty within, seeing the beauty without, and it's that inspires us into action when we really go, wow, when we really see that vibrancy and beauty and creation that's happening all around us that we can sometimes lose sight of when we're too busy. But it's also that incredible creation and beauty within inside ourselves, in this body, in this universe that's within us.
I love that. I think we're going to transition at this time as well. Roxy, thank you so much. That was beautiful. Can you tell me, is Basma here with us?
Yes, Basma, if you can just turn on your camera.
Okay, excellent.
Yes. Hi, how are you?
Hi, I would love to do a beautiful introduction for you, Basma.
Thank you.
Basma Omar is coming to us from Jordan today, which is incredible. Basma has over 7 years of experience in fashion manufacturing and more than 12 years in multidisciplinary design, including graphics, packaging, publishing, set design, and productions. She's an industry consultant in textile products and practical knowledge in supply chain designs, natural dyeing, and R&D. Her passions are the influence that her work and design are. Her passions are in sustainability, natural value, local supply, networks, communities, waste as resource. And she's worked in product design and production and trained and consulted in projects with Oxfam, UNHCR, Goethe Institute, and UNESCO, as in production skills and with production skills and planning. She's a lead visionary of the Grounded Stream vision, and she conceived the idea in 2017 and made it possible for her team, and co-founded in 2022 an MVP being in time for Regenerative Rising celebrations. We want to welcome you. That's a lot there.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can you tell us what time it is in Jordan right now? I feel like it must be pretty late.
It's 11:13 minutes right now, PM.
Okay.
So yeah, it's all right, not that late.
Well, welcome. We're really excited to have you.
Thank you for the introduction, and thank you everybody for this opportunity to share with you what I'm doing. And I'm very happy to coincide our groundedstream.com platform launch around the same time of Regenerative Rising. Today was supposed to be a pre-recorded experience to show you the actual going live of our platform, but as always, some delays have happened and we're not live yet. We're going live in the first week of May, and I'm hoping to create a special event for that, perhaps maybe on Topia, and share it with the DSS community. That would be amazing. So today I will share with you my process and Grounded Stream, what it is, and how we got here. So I will share my screen. Here it is. Okay. So groundedstream.com is launching in the first week of May. It is the MVP, meaning the minimum viable product of a platform that I've been thinking about and building since 2017. And the reason why I started this platform was because of my background in consultancy and training with communities in Jordan around production and skills of creating products and selling them, especially with communities, rural communities around Jordan. My experience was all so my main story, what got me here was mainly the biggest project I was part of was in the refugee camp of Zatari in Jordan. This project was the highest point of the career I was at, that I as a consultant at that year. That was also the year that I stopped being a consultant for any project coming in from anything external. This is why I started doing my grounded stream. But this project in the refugee camp showed me that it is possible to really plan out a certain system and see it at works. I had the opportunity to work in a very small area with very specified entities in this area already having their own closed ecosystem, that I saw the kind of patterns happening in this ecosystem in terms of production and creating products for sale, for eventually income generation for these communities. What also got me here was the system that I really liked to work with, which is the ecosystem way of looking at things. I was happy to be introduced to a platform design toolkit around that time in 2017. This is where I started reading into ecosystem mapping and how to look at the patterns happening in the ecosystem. And in Jordan is relatively a young country. What is happening now here, it's slowly being developed by a lot of help externally and internally pushing as well. So the ecosystem of production and creation of a certain market or segregation of markets and products in general is slowly being developed. The ecosystem I'm referring to is the ecosystem of handmade products, traditional manufacturing, of local products. So the ecosystem as it is emerging. More designers are coming out every day wanting to have their own brands. These designers are looking for producers to create their own products, as well small businesses that wanting to have their own brands as well, and you work with these designers and have these products being made for them. So this ecosystem is already happening, and in this ecosystem what I'm showing you here is kind of a mapping of the main three entities that I am addressing in our platform that we're working with. And here we have the main core entity that we're addressing is the maker communities. I called it the maker communities. This means any community that has a skill or a process in place for producing any kind of product or a material, natural resource material, or transforming waste into a material that can be used in production. So these are maker communities. They can be a rural, they can be a young youth group, they can be anybody, ideally anywhere, that can create anything they like and they have the skills for it. Next to this entity, we have the businesses and the brands, small businesses at this stage that are looking for small quantities of certain products. And then the third entity here, we have the product designers, and these product designers are kind of like the mediators between the maker communities and the businesses and brands. And these are professionals who are already probably having a relationship with these businesses, but they're entities, they kind of already established. So in groundedstream.com, it's a B2B platform connecting these maker communities directly with the market and these business and brands. And these small businesses and brands are looking for small quantities, not necessarily huge quantities of, wholesale numbers. And this is and this is generally the main relationship we're working on. I will show you this. The first MVP we're working on is in Arabic, simply because it is focusing on the producers, not the consumers in Jordan, as opposed to all other businesses usually focusing on consumers and wanting to sell for consumers. In Grounded Stream, we are trying to focus on the producers and to really work with them on who they are, have them really focus on their skills and establish production lines. For anyone wanting to check out groundedstream.com, you could always use Chrome with their translation extension, which translates it already, like we're seeing here. And on this platform, going live like the beginning of May, today I'm just showing you the homepage and generally how it looks like. We're having two main buttons. And these two main offerings are the productive societies. This is an Arabic translation, so they are the maker communities, مجتمعات منتجة in Arabic. So it's productive communities and then catalogs. Productive maker communities, we have, this is a profile page that shows the local communities that have been working and getting trainings for the past, almost 20 years in Jordan, to have their own profile page, their own platform where they can show who they are, what they've been up to. This is, for example, Ghor Safi in the Jordan Valley. They have, indigo, harvest for the past 5 years. They're re-enlivening an old tradition in natural dyeing. You can see here achievements. You can see their certificates that they've been working on. They can see their own stories. They're also able to share their own posts. Like here, they're having their own market. So this on this turn just gives a social aspect for the website to really show, to give the communities a sense of accomplishment as they are using this platform, and then gives also the ecosystem a way to look at who they are and what they are and what they've been doing. They're not just any community with no name. In this aspect, I'm putting these communities, making communities, higher on the value chain. They are being more visible because usually designers in general, they come to these communities, they work with them, they use their skill, and then they pay them sometimes not as much as they are selling their products, or they pay them maybe not as so generally they are not very visible to this. So designers would just use these communities and then go and do their own work. And these communities who are actually doing the work are not being seen. So this is something I'm working on to show with this worldly map system, showing, exploring the value chain. Worldly map is one of the tools I've also been introduced to through the platform design toolkit community, and it has been very helpful to also see how we can really move around with the entities inside this value chain. Unfortunately, I didn't have the time here to upload our own value chain mapping, but I will share it at some point with the community in DSS. On the other side, we just have catalogs. and this is where all the actual selling happens. And then here you could see the catalogs. In these catalogs, I put all the products inside catalogs, like as in collections. So for the buyer to go in, and then they can look at eco fashion made in Jordan, and they could look at different different textiles being sold. And in this way, we are just presenting the local product in a also a bit more fun way for local designers and brands and businesses, the buyers, to choose from. Unfortunately, I'm not able to show you now the catalogs because they're not ready, they're not live, but I will also share that later on. But mainly, we also, inside this platform, we have main categories of these catalogs. And these catalogs, we have white label, we have zero waste. It's here, it's in Arabic, it's not zero raw. We have white label products. We have focused on small business catalogs. If you're having a small business of a cafe or a restaurant here in Jordan or anywhere in the world in the future, you can come in and look at the cafe catalog and see what you can get from local communities. The future of groundedstream.com is hopefully to become a worldwide platform where anybody can use this platform to communicate with their own local communities. So you'd have Grounded Stream in different countries, and you would be connecting with the local communities of those countries. On Grounded Stream, when it's launched, we have communities coming in from Jordan, Lebanon, Egypt, a bit of Morocco, and then we have some from Pakistan, and hopefully one or two from India, or maybe more. So another one thing we have in Grounded Stream before I and the presentation is that we have a special section for materials. And these materials, we are selling just raw materials for any designers who want to use these materials. So you can buy, for instance, locally we have shredded cotton from textile waste. We have we also have from the local communities, like paper mache by the kilo, made by order. We have stones, if you like. We have palm leaves, banana fiber, all of these local waste, local resources that usually going to waste are going to be available also through this platform. So this is it. Our vision is that local production methods for traditional, of course, this is a translation. It's been written in Arabic, so it's probably not the best English, but generally local production methods for traditional or non-traditional crafts and industries and agriculture production through technology is possible and is a direct source of the economy and local economic security for all craftsmen, manufacturers, designers, and producers in the world within a circular and zero waste environmental framework. So we are hoping that within the next 2-3 years, we go into a circular economy, connecting different entities within the ecosystem that makes it possible for anybody who has any kind of a resource to go on this platform and make themselves available and known for the platform. At the MVP today, at the MVP, we're testing out the very basic idea of the need of what we're having here, which is the connection between the communities and the buyers. So it's almost the first B2B platform for handicrafts in Jordan or in the region today. So I'd love to hear if anybody has any questions. Hello?
Hello.
Yeah. Did you hear me?
Yeah. Sorry, I think at least for me, I was like prepared for you to go for another 20 minutes. So I'm like, oh, wait, what's happening? This is amazing. Congratulations.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Yes, of course. This is incredible. It's so wonderful to see how far this has come. Jeet, I want to maybe invite you up to chat and share, some of what you were sharing in the chat. I know it's less of a question and more of a statement, but it could be wonderful to hear from you around your collaborations that have been spawning.
Thanks.
Hi, Basma.
Hi, Jeet.
So me and Basma have been talking about collaborating together communities from India and Jordan and how we can fill up some gaps maybe and, make each other stronger at places where maybe we are lacking behind somewhere. So yeah, the last conversation we had was about a wool-based conversation wherein we were speaking about how we can connect the communities here in the Himalayas who have an abundance of wool and, especially a certain kind of products that they make, which are like shawls, and they have like an abundance of that particular product. And if we could kind of upcycle it, make different products of them, like, wearable art or something like that, using different techniques and getting even more designers from all around the world, starting with India and Jordan, people who are interested into creating upcycled products or, in this particular concept. And yeah, I'm just so excited to see this work, Basma. It's really coming true.
Thank you. It's coming together. I was hoping that it's already live and launched already to show you more, but at least it's getting there.
Yes, I'm sure it will soon.
Thank you. Also, if anybody, please do follow us on Instagram. We're not that active yet, but we'll get all our announcements out there on Instagram. And you can also share with you one of the model projects of Grounded Stream. It's an experimental project. I'm going to just share the screen really quickly to show you Badia wool. Badia wool is an experiment made by Grounded Stream to look at a local resource. And wool in Jordan is really going to waste every year. So we are working with local communities to turn this wool into a product or a material that local designers can have available to them. So this is, and until today, it's proving to be very successful. There's a lot of work behind the scenes on saving the wool from going to waste, from convincing the local communities to use it, and we're happy that today we're at least we have Jordanian wool out on the market, and then probably by the end of the year it'll be available worldwide. So this is just an example of what we can do with a local resource, and this can be anything. We're also going in. There's a local community that turns old jerseys into old knit jerseys into the yarn. So also that will be available for designers. Like as I said, other also recycled materials will be available. So yeah, and then we're discovering that there is a need for such materials. And this is Grounded Stream on Instagram. You could check us out.
Wonderful, Basma. This is so cool, the way that you're taking, and helping to make sure that there isn't waste created from such resource, and empowering these small businesses. And it's also very beautiful. Like, I really love your design aesthetic, and just it feels really warm and inviting for people to be able to engage with the marketplace. And there's someone has a question actually. it's Luca says, how is this sustainable? Is there a fee on transactions in the roadmap? Are there community-based financials like cooperatives, memberships, etc.?
Yeah, for now, we're just having a small transaction fee on every transaction that happens on the platform, but we are looking into a membership fee for businesses. One of our main goals is to create long-term relationships between certain local communities with certain local businesses. For instance, a cafe that needs, certain recycled trays or anything like on a monthly basis, then we could have this kind of a membership basis between the business and the community. And then we just, also it's a transaction fee or a membership fee. So this is also in, one of the things we're testing out with the MVP to see where is the main source of income for our sustainability.
I just thinking about how today's theme was the circularity, and
yes,
serendipity. The serendipity.
Yeah, it is.
Oh my gosh, that's so cool. Yeah, well, you're embodying it. This is what the future needs, and it's happening now. So,
yeah.
What are some things that have surprised you so far in working on this project? Like, how do you remember near the beginning of the cohort, we were talking a lot about becoming, like becoming the regenaissance. Like, what has changed in your becoming as a designer and an artist, kind of working on this initiative?
To really trust the flow and how the process really, because the process has its own time. We cannot really push things. We cannot pressure anything to happen. We just need to understand why it's happening. Everything takes its time. And this has also been a big lesson for me, because I talk about the process all the time. My main mission in life is like process optimization for, production in general. So it's like, for me personally, it's like process optimization for my own process, not just as a consultant for everybody else. So now I'm trusting more of the process and letting it be, and taking it its time, and then at the same time not giving up on it. It's the most important thing is to never give up on a certain vision, especially if you believe in it really a lot.
I feel that deeply with the Design Science Studio.
Yeah, and I'm very happy with the Design Science Studio. It really gave me a bit of a flow into my world. Got me a little bit of more the creative outlet, communication and exchanging with other artists and people, other visionaries, has really helped me really connect again with my core, especially in Jordan, because sometimes it's hard to find people who are like have the like-minded frame of thinking. So the DSS was there for me. So I'm very happy to be part of it and having this opportunity today to show what I've been working on.
Amazing. Yay.
So, yeah, thank you.
It's been amazing to have you. And now we're in it for the decade. And I hope that more of your collaborators, friends, innovators that you respect and love from Jordan can be woven in. And I think that's one of the things we all feel the most here. It's like that sense of kind of belonging and camaraderie. It helps keep us motivated and connected.
Yeah. Well, thanks. Well, hopefully also like other maker communities, as I call them, around anywhere with the DSS, any group that already is creating any kind of a product or have a production of some sort and want to connect with this MVP as well, please just reach out and let's test this strategy together and see how it works.
I love that. Yeah, that's a wonderful invitation. I think I hope that everyone takes up on that, and we should, see how we can integrate this into some of the fabric of what's possible for people in the studio. You know, there's so many, like we're using Catalyst right now, right? We're using Trove because one of the revolutionaries created it, and the same is true for Grounded Stream. Like, how do we weave this in now as an opportunity for people to be able to plug in.
Great. Thank you. And as a last note, this project is funded by Drosis Foundation, and I feel obliged to say that because they've really, really believed in my vision. When I was saying, no, I'm not ready yet, they really believed in the vision and made it possible for today for it to come around. So yeah, just wanted to mention that. And thank you. I hope I'm on time.
Yeah, I think we're perfectly on time. I was actually gonna show everyone that in your page, if you scroll down, there's your project, and this is pulling from our Design Science Studio website. So it's the same information of your main project, but it has your website, and then also if you want to contact Plasma, review any of the mission and objectives, and all of this is live Plasma. So if you update the back end of our mini extensions, anything here will also change. So this is a good place to follow up and dig deeper. And thank you. I'm really excited.
Thank you, Roxy.
This is what we do it for, right? It's incredible when we feel all these projects kind of entering the world at the same time.
Yeah, it really is Regenera rising. So
okay, we'll get some rest.
All right.
Congratulations to you and your team. Thank you to your sponsors and supporters. And
thank you.
Thank you.
All right. See you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Wonderful. Oh, I'm so inspired. I'm going to welcome Oken up to the stage. How you doing, friend? Hi. Oh, I think you're muted.
Hi, Roxy. Thank you. I feel like you wrapped Plasma up very well. I am checking chat real quick. Did I hear? Yes, I am flexible. Hi, Liv. Liv is with us as well. Could you put her on screen as well, please?
They, them are joining. Hi, Liv.
Hey there, Liv. Just a real quick intro. Liv here is a multidisciplinary project manager and systems thinker who works within and outside of existing systems to nurture their capacity towards ecological, social, and individual healing. She is also an integral and essential part of the Cohort Revolution and Regenera Rising.
Thanks so much. So I use they, them pronouns, so not she, her. And thank you so much for introducing me. I'm so excited to be here. It's less about me. This is more going to be about the Design Science Studio. So first of all, like show of hands of who is not in the Design Science Studio, who's in the house right now. So I kind of get a sense of audience. Beautiful. All righty. Fabulous. Welcome to Regenera. So a little bit about, I'm going to zoom way out because I'm a big systems thinker type, and then I'll like zoom in. So this moment in time is pretty scary, to be very honest, in terms of the climate crisis, in terms of division and autocracy, and you can name all the things of why each individual one of us might be a little anxious and nervous and feelings coming up. And that's a lot of like the work that I'm interested in and is kind of processing collective feelings and trauma. And my background is in biology, so I studied ecology in undergraduate, and I always felt like the black sheep. I always felt like I wasn't really a biologist, and I was kind of just following this breadcrumb trail, and so of trying to figure out how to be of service in this world. And so from biology, I was studying biomimicry, and then I was studying systems thinking. And I took like a program, like a fellowship in systems thinking. And so when I heard about the Design Science Studio, I was really curious and kind of cautious and skeptical, because the systems thinking program that I did, it was so focused on systems thinking, and it was kind of neglecting all the other pieces that I was seeing are as being equally important for navigating this time. And in entering the Design Science Studio, I was pretty blown away by how much of a sense of community I was actually feeling. I think in learning about the climate crisis at such a young age, there was a sense of isolation and separateness, of feeling like I was seeing things that other people weren't and having trouble connecting with others. And the love that I felt in the Design Science Studio was also kind of wild to me. My grandfather had passed away right during like fellowship application times. And so I reached out and they were like, yeah, extend a deadline. And I was like, wow, you're embodying the world that I want to be living in. That is beautiful to see. And so in being a part of this community, I gained so much personal, like internal resilience. I think the other thing that I was kind of caught off guard by was I wanted to enter into like an educational fellowship and be told what to do, or like to be taught and told what to do, and like be given the tools, and to have someone older and wiser than me like tell me how to be of service in the world. And I feel like what was like a growing edge, but like such a beautiful growing edge in the Design Science Studio, was I remember having a conversation with one of the people that was kind of like facilitating and holding space of the Design Science Studio. And they were basically like, well, we don't know like how to navigate this time. Like we're all in this together. And I think that kind of turning the script of like teacher, facilitator, and student on its head, and kind of just cracking open what the sense of community actually is, was so empowering in a way that I haven't received in other aspects of my learning journey. So what I wanted to do, to be mindful of time, is share a video with some of the people from the last cohort, who obviously not everyone is represented, just people who had the time and the gearing up of Regenera to come and make a little video. And so I wove them together, but something that I was noticing in editing, because I love weaving things, is that there was themes around community that were really showing up, and like the profound nature of this community, to be both like super loving, which was another theme, like a loving environment, as well as like your own, like activating your own internal sense of resiliency and power, and worth. And then the last one, obviously, because this is a community of creatives, is just the power and potency of creativity, and seeing that we're all creative beings, because that was the other thing that I feel like I learned over the course of being a part of this group, is I didn't see myself as an artist. I was like, I'm a biologist. I don't know what I am. And being a part of a group of people that were creating allowed for me to see the creativity that lay kind of dormant within me, and being able to see that creativity can take so many shapes and forms, and we're all creative beings. So with that, I'll do my best at sharing this thing. And we want to do the sharing the sound, and beautiful. Okay. Let's hide everything.
Hello, and I am part of Design Science Studio. What an honor it is to say that. I joined because I
I had the fire inside me that I needed to integrate all these stories and all the experiences that I've been having in my 35 years.
This cohort came in at a really important time in my personal journey.
The pause of 2020 and 21 gave me screaming clear messages.
I always go search for someone to learn from and the wisdom outside myself, and this time something was telling me, come on, you've got everything you've got inside and there is something missing, and the artistic side of you is asking you, please, to use it.
One, the way to help us forward is through art and culture. When unity is singing through the memes and themes of our songs, stories, and movies, governments and corporations will follow.
So whenever I found out that Design Science Studio was bringing together like-minded people from all around the world to use art as a catalyst to bring forward this Civilization 2.0, I just jumped right in.
And I believe that any solution, any logical, any reasonable, any whatever problem that you may be facing right now, there is an artistic side of you, and there is a lot of creativity inside that will help, that can may guide, support, serve, and love you at best if you allow your creativity unfold naturally.
We are all on planet Earth urging everyone to be creative.
I remember before I applied, I was curious what this journey held for me. And just like tea, it holds so much wisdom in those loose leaves, and you see it, and it's dry, and it just has a story to tell. And once you start to infuse and bring in that warm water that warms you up from the inside out, and then you get to blossom and bloom and express yourself.
And the second thing I got last year was creativity and community. Don't try this home alone.
It's very easy to become an isolated genius. And an isolated genius without any friends or allies and mutual vision and hope can get like a pretty sad place to be.
This group, with the artistry, the elegance, and the grace of authenticity, everybody is just themselves.
One thing I love, or maybe even what I love most about the Design Science Studio, is that I can be who I am. I can be authentically myself, and I can be around people that are really unconditionally loving.
This year, the second year, blooming is Beaming Regen Era. And I'm here to encourage the voices of this era and loving every moment of it.
So Design Science Studio to me is so much more than just a program. It was that moment that gave me life, that gave me water, that gave me my essence to grow, to be nourished, to take what I already had inside of me and to share it and prototype it, to talk about it, to flip it on its head, to look at it from different angles and then play with it with other people and share and resonate and grow.
It's helped me remember to integrate, collaborate, cooperate, and co-create with other people, even strangers, scary, and also talk in public.
So this is a really beautiful community. Before the Design Science Studio, I had a small group of friends and I traveled a lot, and I felt inspired and excited about our future as a civilization. After or since being part of the DSS for 2 years, it's just really magnified for me.
I believe now that it's integrating all that so far I've been learning and sharing with others. So now I need to trust myself first that what I'm sharing with the world, any project, any idea, any suggestion, it has a value, and that value is worth it.
And Design Science Studio reminded me of that, how we're all so valuable and so worthy together, apart. But when we come together, we heighten and enlighten and light each other up.
Through these courses, I met beautiful people, musicians, and other kind of art. I didn't know what art meant before I joined this course.
And I don't think I would have connected those dots or feel the same inspiration and passion to bring this forward if I hadn't have been in the design science studio.
Our way forward is absolutely holding hands and releasing our creativity.
Isn't it Jung that said that creativity is repressed, there's disease? So we are all creatives on this planet.
I'm a different person today because I'm part of a community that is supportive. I love everyone that passes through here. I love the enthusiasm, I love the heart, and I love the genius, of course.
There aren't always that many people we can share when you're an outlier and cresting the wave to see what's ahead.
And thank you to all the Imagineers, the regenerative workers, the developers, the artists, the listeners.
And the innovation and the minds, but the soul of the Design Science Studio is where it's at.
Creating this vast and beautiful network. So Design Science Studio, thank you.
And I'm just so proud and grateful to be part of such a creative collective.
This group and community has been life-changing for me.
It's a family. It's the new beginning to this community that I get to continue to live on with.
DSS, man, there's great people from all over the world. It's a beautiful thing. Check it out.
And I'm super grateful to be part of collectively building and revealing the Regenaissance.
So thank you so much for this life-changing opportunity and for these past 7 months of like pure bliss, education, and inspiration.
I am thriving. We are thriving. We are here now working on exactly what we're supposed to be working on, and we have found our group. We have found our voice, and now share it.
So I'm super grateful, and go Design Science.
Alrighty. Yeah, so it was really beautiful to weave those people's stories together. Because I think a lot of the things that I was initially going to talk to everyone about in this session, people said so eloquently. And yeah, that it made me feel again like less alone in my experience. And it was just so lovely to yeah, be a part of this cohort. And as you could see, a lot of people shared kind of similar feelings. Something that I'm really excited about these days is just in general, my theme word is emergence. And it really was, it's the power of all these people that are coming together. And I see the Design Science Studio as almost like, I love the analogy of moths being attracted to a light. And so like, if you turn on the light, like all these visionaries and designers and just people that are feeling called to bring forth a new way of being in the world and to make visible what an alternative world could look like. And I feel like we are so stuck in like capitalistic systems or systems that don't allow us to be in that type of community. And so just the spaciousness of this community to really champion our innate being, like our innate call towards creating a world for all life. And so it truly is a container that attracts these wonderful beings to it. And the magic that happens within that container is the beauty of the Design Science Studio. So hopefully that video kind of spoke more eloquently than me. And I don't know who I'm turning the mic over to, but I would love to also open up space for questions if we have time. There's a ton of people that are in cohorts with me here. So if anyone who's not in a cohort or is interested in supporting the Design Science Studio, have any questions, now would be a lovely time to ask them, because you're in some beautiful hands.
Thank you, Liv. I'm sure there's a sense of depth that we're all feeling through the work you've woven in the videos and just being present with us throughout the Design Science Studio. And I'm wondering to open your invitation. Is there anybody that would like to share what's coming to mind? I know that for me, this weaving it's so heartfelt, first of all. And the fact that, you know, and I remember you and I had a conversation going into this, like, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm not sure how to, you know, what my thing should be. And I relayed to you that I arrived the same way 2 years ago. And I think what comes naturally is when we listen deeply to each other and we sense what might be missing. And I know that's how the beaming came about. And it was just that space for us to share in a very heartfelt way. And it's just radiates, right? It just radiates through us. And then somebody like yourself comes along and says, I know what's missing. I'm going to weave it together. I'm going to call out and see what comes back to me, what resonates. And then I get to thread the needle. And out comes this beautiful video. So thank you again for what you've created for us. This artifact that will live on through the Design Science decade will be the memento of this time and this opportunity to share our hearts. Beautiful. Thank you.
Hey, I'm willing to come on. I am part of this program along with Mark and Liv. It's not a program. That's not a good word for it. We're reprogramming is what we're doing. And I don't need to talk. I'm a cis white male. I've talked a lot in my 55 years. So if any guests are inspired to say anything, if you've been here multiple days or whatever, I would invite you to come on. Put it in chat and we can read it out loud if you don't want to come on video. And we can be up here talking about our experiences as well.
Liv, you know, I'm also curious when you do something like this and what comes back at you. Like, what are you feeling right now, this very moment? What's radiating from your heart? What are you beaming?
That's a good question. We also have someone, okay, so I'll answer and then I'll ask the person who has their hands raised. I think what I am realizing, even though I constantly say I'm not a filmmaker, I think what I really love about editing, especially editing nonfiction, just people talking, is spotlighting the patterns and then doing service to the patterns that are being highlighted. And so it just kind of felt like a dance in weaving it all together and seeing these common themes arriving. So it kind of feels like facilitation in a way, but it's like so curated, which I really love, which I realize is what I really loved about the drag show, is like I kind of could build the whole wireframe and then allow for everyone's voices to be heard. And I think that's something I really love to do, is creating the scaffolding for people's voices to be heard and like help kind of facilitate the threads, so people when watching it, see the threads that are being woven in the collective. I wanted to call in Ryan, because I see Ryan's, and thank you again, Mark, for your question. That was really sweet.
Yeah, hey. So I am rearranging my studio right now, so I'm kind of like elbow deep in all of that. I first attended your event last year, and it really, really moved me. So I've kind of like been following you all for the last year, and you know, I have been doing this almost every day, and I've got so much art that I have started, and I feel like it is clearing out my space, like, and this is healing me, and I'm really happy to be joining you. I've gotten like learned so much, and you know, I'm really about like being trauma informed with people that are struggling, and trying to change our mental health system. And I'm in Massachusetts, in a little town in north central Massachusetts. And I'm a single mom of a 15-year-old daughter, and I work in the mental health system. And I was on leave last year when I first joined your event, because there was a situation at work that was just so traumatic that I really had to just step away. And so I joined your event, and it gave me the ability to process what I was going through so I could go back to work. And so I joined you all for like 2 weeks, and it healed me. So I just wanted to share that. I've been on, and you know, I haven't really turned on my video, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing.
Ryan,
Join for more than 2 weeks next time, and bring your 15-year-old once in a while.
Sure.
Yeah, you never know where you're going to end up. Malkin was in the Beaming last year, and now he's part of the Design Science Studio. And this is an open invitation. We have 8 more years to make it through this essence of what our hearts are really desiring. And we need everybody to show up and participate. So thank you for sharing your heart so deeply, Ryan.
Thank you for providing this space.
Liv, I feel you too right now. I just feel you so deeply right now. All the work you put into this, and now listening to what resonates back. It's quite something.
The sun is bathing her. The beams are beaming on all of us and beaming throughout the universe. Do you want to say a little bit about beaming, Mark or Liv? Is there actually, I apologize. I move too fast sometimes still. Are there any other guests that would like to share?
I just want to, I was trying not to say anything because this is so sweet to witness, but I just want to acknowledge you, Ryan, and what you shared. Thank you so much. This is why we create this space. It's meant to be, it's called an incubator for a reason. Like it's, you know, it's like a nest. We're trying to create a space where all beings may feel safe and creative and can come together. So
yeah, it definitely feels that way. And I think in my life, it has radiated out. I facilitate like an open studios art group for my community mental health center. And it's kind of like the vision train where people can just come on anytime they want and like get support, get peer support, and then paint and do art. And we have musicians that come and play for us, and poets that come and do poetry for us while we do art. And after my art group is over, I usually come join you all or jump on the vision train sometimes. And yeah, it's kind of radiated out into me being able to support others better and inspire them as well. And, you know, keep them out of the emergency rooms and the psychiatric hospitals.
Mm.
Yeah. So thank you.
Thank you.
For them as well.
That's not easy work, Ryan. I'm a craniosacral therapist, a retired massage therapist, and it's so hard not to take on the energy of the other people's pain bodies in those settings. And it's brilliant that you knew you needed to take time away from work to protect yourself. And I'm sorry, you said a son, right? Because you're protecting your son, daughter. You're protecting your daughter too.
Mm.
By taking that space that you need.
Thank you. Thank you all. The music has been amazing, and the meditations, and it's gotten me out of my chair and got me moving sometimes. And I'm here. I've just got my video off most of the time.
Well, we feel you deeply, whether you're on screen or not. We have an open mic right now. We have a moment to entwine, weave our hearts together.
We brought Luca up, who was sharing in the chat. Luca, do you want to share anything?
Great.
No, not really, because I've been really hit and struck and moved by the video. So I mean, that's why I was just asking if that short documentary is accessible anywhere, because I'd like to rewatch it. Or also, I'm not English native, so probably I'd better rewatch it and release it, maybe slowing it down because I didn't capture everything, but it's very, very, very inspiring. And I don't know what are your sources, but I found a lot of baits on ecosystemic thinking there and relational healing. I don't know, I mean, if these are the exact terms, so sorry again for my not being English native, but very, very interesting. And I get in touch with Nora Bateson and the World Data Lab Institute, and I tested and witnessed how powerful could be just to have a very few relational moments together, feeling other human beings trying, I mean, to just being there. So without giving advices, without trying to conquer or colonize you with their opinions, just being there. And it's very, very useful, especially in these times. But I don't think that these times are making things different. Maybe they just brought us into a more higher awareness or self-awareness of what we really need. And this is for me the most intimate definition of regeneration. But again, I mean, this is my personal opinion, so it was what it was. Thanks for this.
Liv, do you want to share where we might be able to see the video for that link?
Yeah, sorry.
Please go. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just messaging with Roxy. I just exported it off of my computer. So it's currently living on my external hard drive, and that's the only place where it's living. But it's definitely going to be shared with the Design Stein studio, and I'm sure they're going to put it on somewhere that it will be publicly accessible. So Luke, I'd recommend, Roxy, how should I direct? Checking the website? I don't know.
Yeah. So once it's up, we can put it up on the DSS YouTube, and then
There you go.
we need to create a content library link from the website. That's a lot of things that have been recorded. That's part of why we're fundraising now, so that.
Hey, Liv, could you
Also,
read Moni's?
Yeah, it's up. It'll be up on YouTube. I swear I'm here.
I was asking Liv to read. Somebody chatted. Somebody put something in the chat. I was going to invite Liv to read it.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that we are live streaming this. So the video, you can rewatch it immediately, not immediately because we want you to stay here, but when you're but when you're done hanging out with us, you can find that video on YouTube with the whole program of the day until we have a moment to spin the video.
That's fabulous.
And
So then there's like auto subtitles too. I was like, oh, I'll like try to subtitle it, but that might be a little bit too much to be embarking upon. So Moni in the chat says, yeah, thanks Luca for joining us also. And thanks for sharing what you're thinking about and working through. Moni said that their video audio, the DSS has allowed me to find purpose for my poetry and life, just the vision of a regenerated future for our younger generations, my grandkids included. Fill my heart, and it fills my heart with real hope.
Moni, she brings so much poetry.
Moni, if you want to send me a WhatsApp video, I can try, or anyone else in the Design Science Studio, if you want to be woven into that video, you can send me like a short 1-minute video and I will try to weave it in before sending it to the Design Science Studio team.
You know, if I could just reflect on something that Luca brought up that made me think about a question somebody asked me. They said, Mark, is the beaming only during a specific time? Is that notion just very limited? I said, well, no, think about light. There's always ambient light somewhere, right? And yet when we come together and we focus, then it becomes like a laser. It becomes really directed. And that's what happens here in the Design Science Studio. We are speaking through each other. And it's just magical. Liv, thank you again. Is there any closing words you'd like to part with as we move to our next guest?
No, just if you're interested in the Design Science Studio, you would be in a very large community, and we would love to bring you into the fold. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Caro.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm doing good. I went swimming.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah, it was clear and beautiful. I was looking for a turtle because I know that there is a turtle living around that area. I didn't find the turtle this time. I saw her once, so I know she's there, but she decided not to show up. It's pretty amazing here in Cabo because the ocean is not polluted and the air is very clean. And this is the reason I decided to move here. I think this is the least polluted place I have been in the world. I don't know if that's actually true, but I think it's pretty good. And it makes sense because this place was only, people started coming here in the 70s. So there hasn't been that many humans destroying the land. That's why. So yeah, that's me. Roxy was asking me. Yeah, continue.
I just would like to, introduce you a little bit deeper. There's a few more words that's, we'd like to share. We met last year. You were part of the Design Science Studio, and you have been ever present, helping out wherever you can. And so I would like to share that you, Caro, are a creative director from Spain, who is part of the Imagineers of Parousia, a group of artists helping to remember the fantastical world of Parousia and its teachings to connect with cosmic consciousness. Please share what you've learned, what you'd like us to witness with you.
Beautiful. Before that, Roxy was asking me why Design Science Studio is important to me. And well, first of all, because I deeply believe in Roxy. Like she's my queen. If I need to choose a queen or an galactic empress, that would be Roxy. So that's the main thing. I love the vision, and I think it's so important, and it gives me a lot of hope. And I love to see artists coming together and having a mission, and like realizing that there are so many people doing amazing things to collaborate and to regenerate this planet. So it gives me a lot of hope. Yeah, that's very nice. That's why I'm always just trying to help with what I know, and I love that they all, every time that I collaborate with Design Science Studio, I have so much freedom to do whatever I feel like. So yeah, that's so good. I love you, Roxy, and Nico, of course. Nico's my best friend.
I love you, Caro.
Mm.
Love you, Caro, and thank you, Liv. That was so special. I don't know if you caught the end of that, Caro, but that was amazing. Liv was so lovely. And
So
that whole session all about why the Design Science Studio matters to them. It was really cool.
Nice.
Meow, meow, gatita.
So I think after this last 15 minutes that we just had, this session comes perfectly because I would like to invite you to do a meditation with me. And I'm gonna share my screen. That's gonna make things easier. Give me a second. Nice. This is an interactive presentation, so if you want to use your phones to scan the code that you are going to see, you can then follow me, because I will also love to gather some of your feedback then. So a ver, let me see. So I think if you scan this code, I'm gonna do it with you too. And you can join me because I will ask you things, and so you can answer and we can know how are you guys feeling and how are you guys doing. So yeah, I just, well, no, didn't see because my, well, I just scan it with my phone and
Just present, Caro, so we can see it bigger.
Oh, sí, claro. Sorry. Nice. Yeah. So if you come here with me, I will be, because it's important for me to get a little bit of understanding of how are you feeling, and this is a very nice way to do it. So nice. You are arriving. Nice. Today I want to take you to Parousia, which is a limbo between space and time.
Can you scan the code?
That we discovered some time ago. I'm gonna also send the link in the chat. Maybe that makes everything easier. High slides. High slides. It's a very interesting thing. 1 second. Okay, I'm sending the link on the chat if you want to join. Nice. Cool. So Parousia is a limbo between space and time where they trade with essences. So there, if you go, you will find these different beings called the Manidus that are like the spirits of the land, and each one of them have represent a different essence. And there are some essences like, not exactly, but you can translate them to presence or play or vulnerability or compassion, gratitude. And they believe that through the practice of these essences, you will be able to connect with cosmic consciousness and was feel enlightened or just like awaken. And it's amazing. It's the world of Parousia is beautiful. We have been channeling for 3 years now. And yeah, I would love to understand how are you doing right now. I'm feeling kind of, yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm relaxed and tired a little bit after the whole week and feeling not so creative. I feel like this afternoon I will sit down to. Nice, we have some answers. I just loved when this program does these things, right? It's
But
so
we can't see them. I want to see them.
Oh, you're not seeing because I'm not sharing anymore. I'm sorry about that. Okay.
¡Ay, qué bonito!
See. Nice. We have blessed, grateful, relaxed, nice, blessed. A ver, what else? Cool. So, yeah, today I was thinking about doing the World of Gratitude meditation. That is so beautiful, but I think after the conversation we just had, it would be amazing to do a meditation that connects us with Nom Nom, which is the stillness to receive. So I'm gonna stop sharing my camera, but I'm gonna share my audio, and I invite you to chill for 6 minutes. Just like stop multitasking and just allow yourself to be with you and inhabit your body and just sit in a comfortable position and close your eyes. And yeah, this is only 6 minutes for you. So take a deep breath and let's start.
Twameva Mata Chapita Twameva Twameva Bandush Chisaka Twameva Twameva Vidya Dravinam Twameva Twameva Sarvam Mama Deva Deva. Find your way into a comfortable seat. Place your feet on the ground beneath you. Close your eyes. Lay your hands on your lap, palms facing up. Straighten your spine. Relax your shoulders and open your chest, pushing your heart forward. Now bring your attention to your breath. Breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth. In and out. In and out. Notice the subtle sensations on your body. Bring your attention to the air entering your nose. With each inhale, keep breathing while gradually slowing and deepening your breath, and eventually finding yourself in harmony with your own breath. Tune into its rhythm and flow, and allow yourself to get very curious about every facet of your breath. from the physical experience to the energetic and the multidimensional space that your breath opens you to. Through your awareness of your breath, you are here, you are there, you are everywhere, you are everywhere, you are everywhere. Through your awareness of your breath, you are connected to the cosmic consciousness of the stars and planets in the universe. Through your awareness of your breath, you unlock the wisdom of your lineage living inside of yourselves. Keep breathing deeper. Deeper. Increase the pace. And breathe deeper. As you breathe, inhale the feeling of deep connection to all that there is. Breathe in. Take a moment to sit with the reverberations of this unifying sound in your body. And give yourself permission to stay with this feeling of aliveness and with this gift of presence.
Beautiful. Thank you. That was pretty nice. I hope that you got immersed as I did, because I was in Parousia, 100%. That was Ria, the voice of Ria Mehta, who is a powerful, amazing woman, and she is a scriptor. The scriptors in Parousia are the ones that connect us with Nom Nom, or presence, or more like maybe another translation is the stillness to receive. And yeah, I hope that you got to relax for these 6 minutes. So what we are doing now with this project is I want to share my screen again, is to build a library of content. And yeah, I would love to know how are you doing now. You can also like share it in the chat if you want. I for sure feel present, gentle. That's amazing. Nice. I just like, well, I didn't do, we have many audios that we are developing at the moment. And this is the first time that I do this one, and I really liked it. At some point, I started having this tingle in my body that was very nice. We have present, you're feeling present, you're feeling nourished, gentle, weightless, nice. In my body. Oh, that's so good. So good to connect with that. I would love to know if you would like more of this kind of audio experiences. As I shared in the other session that I did on Monday, I have this friend that say that Parousia is like if Meow Wolf and Calm, the app for sleep stories, if they both had a baby. And it's more or less like that because we have experienced audio journeys to connect with different emotions and states of being, but always following a narrative and always following a story. And I think that's what makes it special. I would love to know if you would pay to access a library of audio experience. Says like how much do you think this will be appropriate to cost? 12, like understanding that Spotify is like $9 per month, right? And Netflix is like 12. I know it depends on the country, to be honest. We decided to go with 477. That sounds good and accessible. And yeah, if you want to explore what we are building, now for now it's free, so you can go explore. I'm gonna paste it's parousia.world, and I think you're going to like it. I'm gonna go so you can see. It's pretty beautiful, I have to say, because we have an amazing art director, and yeah, it's such a beautiful design. This is Cosmosis. We will have natural escapes, sleep stories, guided journeys, sleep sounds, ritual, movement. So yeah, if you want to explore the website and you want to try the library, that would be amazing because we just launched it this week, and we are trying to understand if people like it. This is going to be the app, so beautiful. So this is it for me. I'm gonna paste the link in the chat. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your attention, for doing the meditation with me. And I hope you have an amazing day.
Gracias, Carolina. Ah, so nice. I feel so calm.
Thank you, Cara. That was beautiful. I think, what did you say the other day when you played us or let us listen to a journey? You said it was something like something in Meow Wolf had a baby. What was I forget what it was.
Calm.
Oh, it was Calm, and Meow Wolf had a baby with the soundtrack. I think with the soundtrack of Cirque du Soleil in the background. And I just wanted to add that. It is just such a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful soundscape. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Oh, I can't hear. Yeah. So, sorry, I don't have audio.
Is your volume up?
It is up.
Is it in your headphones?
I hope not. We'll put the headphones on. See if that works. All right. I have no idea why I can't hear anybody.
Well, my video is malfunctioning, I think. Am I live on my view?
I have you. I found, apparently I needed to put my headphones on to hear you through my computer speaker.
No sound.
I heard a snap and then it went right away again.
Weird. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can.
Yep.
Do you want to mute yourself? Listen, come over here. Yeah. You mute that. Well, you know, we just like secret, silent conversations here. We were discussing about Caro and how Caro helped build all the Topia worlds. And also how, Caro, you should join the Topia tour that's about to start in 20 minutes. I don't know if you can, but there's an art tour that's going on for the next 2 hours, and it's going through Topia with Evo.
Yeah, sure. In which one of the
It's
world?
gonna be, it's on StreamYard. So she's doing it on the StreamYard platform. Let me add you to the WhatsApp group so you can join. I'm gonna do it right now.
Nice. Of course I want to join.
Yeah. Who better than to join than the world builder?
It's going to be one of the worlds.
I'm not sure everywhere that Evo is gonna go. But we'll find out, and maybe you can guide her.
Nice. Okay, perfect. Of course I can participate.
Yay. Oh, thank you. I love that we got to do another listening experience. I feel like it was just for us. I was like, this is so nourishing, which is good. All these artists have been working so hard to launch and share their work. It takes a lot of courage. It's important to take care of ourselves, you know?
Yeah, totally. Every time that I'm hosting a listening session is like perfect. Okay. Because afterwards I feel so much better. So yeah. And I get to choose what I want to get, you know. I have so many and I'm like, what do I need today? Okay, I need to be present. So that's the one that I'm hosting. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, add me to the WhatsApp group and I will join. Oh, that I'm glad that we're doing that. That's an amazing idea.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's happening for 2 hours. So I'm going to add you now. And then if it doesn't start for 20 minutes and David, who is Bliss's teacher, is here, who's going to offer a special meditation in this space. So from one experience to the next, here we go. I'm going to give Bliss the hot seat because her computer is being weird. David, I got so excited to see you that I left you in the breakout room.
Okay.
I'm so sorry about that.
That's all right. That's all right.
I have known David for 10 years now.
Yeah, I think it's something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, so exciting. I met him by attending one of his free energy healing days that he has once a week and has been hosting for how many years now?
Well, it's 12 years now.
12 years. So I went and I received a free chakra clearing from him and his students, and then I never left. David has been studying and practicing meditation for over 35 years. He earned a BA and an MBA from Maharishi International University. He's been a teacher of meditation since 1977 and has done close to 2,500 psychic and intuitive readings and energy healings in the past decade. His lifelong interest in helping people transform led him to opening the Yoga of the Mind studio in 2004. And one of the goals of Yoga of the Mind is to help stretch, strengthen, and balance your inner abilities for personal awareness and growth. And the first step is to learn how to meditate. And one of the things I want to say, what I received out of Yoga of Mind is so much more than just meditation. I learned just a lot of different intuitive tools and tricks that have helped me just in a pinch. Like I can be sitting in a stressful meeting and like use a couple of like little tools that I've learned from David and feel grounded and spacious within a matter of seconds. So I think that while meditation is one of the many facets of what Yoga of the Mind is, I think that there's a lot more to it. So with that, David, I will let you have the stage.
Okay. Well, so glad to be with you all. And I just wanted to share a couple things that I've noticed and that I believe. It's a great introduction there, Jen. But as we look at our world, we see so much progress in what I would call outer technology. So computers, media, everything that derives from that. And this translates into products and services and many, many things, but they're all in the external. And I think our development there has been really, really amazing, and it's much appreciated. The bottleneck for humanity, as I see it, is our lack of development of our internal world, our lack of development of things like emotional intelligence, intuition, all our inner faculties, our ability to get along, our ability to see other perspectives, our ability to access our creativity and our inspiration. And I love the theme of today, re-enchantment. That's what we need. We need so much more of that. So experience is always much better than just knowledge and words. And so we're going to do a 20-25 minute experience here of clearing our chakras, our energy centers, and a couple things. First of all, whatever you know or have learned about the chakras, just kind of put that on the side and get into that beginner's mind, that mind where we are just experiencing things for the first time. Then also, and this is, it can't be hard because I'm telling you to proceed easily, but what I mean by that is don't try too hard to concentrate. You want to kind of be in almost a floaty, dreamy state. And if you go on your own journey for a while, that's just fine. You'll get what you need out of this experience. So with those two things in mind, let's go ahead. First thing we're going to do, and it doesn't matter if people are muted or not, but we're going to just hum I'll hum 3 times. If you need to hum more, that's fine. All the breathing we do during this should be in through the nose. You can breathe out through the nose too, but especially in through the nose. When we breathe in through the nose, we calm ourselves. When we breathe in through the mouth, we stir ourselves up. And so we're going to take a breath in through the nose, hum as long as you can. When you run out of air, take another breath and just start humming. And I'll tell you when we're on our 3rd and last hum. After that, we will just proceed, just follow along easily and enjoy the clearing. So let's go ahead. Inhale. Last hum. See if it got a little quieter and more spacious inside. Now, let's go ahead and imagine that your heart area is a glowing golden ball of light, like a little sun, very, very bright, bigger than a softball, the whole heart chakra. And just let your attention come from wherever it is. Typically, we're in our head somewhere. Let it come down to your heart. Let the heart be the primary place you have your awareness. Very good. Imagine you are sitting on a column of light. It's wider than you are, and it's that wide all the way down, through the floor and through the earth to the center of the earth. And the first chakra we will work with is the heart chakra. The chakras have a natural spin, which tends to get bogged down when we get stressed out. And we're all stressed out to some degree or another. So this will help reestablish the spin, just naturally. The spin does two things. It helps the chakra clear qualities that are no longer useful. And it helps the chakra bring in qualities that are useful. So what is being cleared from the heart chakra? The primary thing is being very critical, especially very critical of yourself. All that self-judgment, all that being hard on yourself, that's leaving us. If you're familiar with the kitchen, it's not an appliance, but kitchen device called a salad spinner. It's a little bit like that. You put the wet lettuce in the salad spinner and you spin it, and the force throws off all the excess water. So that's what's happening. And at the same time, positive qualities, compassion, caring, self-acceptance, and self-appreciation. Many of us are so caught up in wanting to transform ourselves, we don't acknowledge our inner brilliance. Very good. Now, when we work with each chakra, the work will continue even as we move on to other chakras. The heart is also a portal to a dimension of infinite healing energy. So we can literally take that beautiful golden light that we generated in the heart, and everyone's heart got a little bit bigger. Their heart chakra got a little bit bigger. And we're taking that beautiful light and moving it down to the base of the spine, down to the root. And the root chakra is at the base of our spine. It's our most physical chakra. The spin is doing those same two things, clearing what is no longer useful and bringing in new, fresh downloads of inspiring, enlivening energy. What's being cleared from the root chakra? Fear of change. Fear of those unlike ourselves. Any place where we believe in our physical fragility. A place where we're so judgmental of our body that we're actually causing problems through that negative energy. And one of the most important things we're clearing in the root chakra is alienation, that feeling of loneliness, feeling like you don't belong. What are we bringing in with this spin? Physical vitality, just that joy of being alive. And especially feeling like we do belong, feeling like we do matter, feeling like you have a right to be here. And energetically you do. Because if you didn't, you would not be here. A resiliency, an ability to flow with all the changes that we are experiencing. Very good. So each time we move a golden ball of energy from the heart immediately fills up with a fresh download of healing energy. So let's take a new, fresh golden ball of light, and we're moving it down to the level of the navel, the second chakra, our emotional and sexual center. What is swirling golden light doing in our second chakra? It's helping us clear shame. It's helping us clear guilt. It's helping us clear comparing ourselves and competition, especially competition in relationships. And it's doing this all through the chakras. I see the chakras as, I talk about them typically by points on the front of the body. They go all the way through us. So there's just as much chakra in the back. And be aware that the spin is especially clearing the back of the chakra. What is being brought in? Emotional flexibility and resilience, the ability to flow through all the emotions without being overly attached to any of them, nor overly averse to any of them. They're all different flavors. They're all notes in our vibrational scale. And even beginning to own our energy that we've cut ourselves off from, our shadow. The gold is in the dark. And all manner of healing in the emotional and sexual areas. Probably one of the most ripe areas for our wounding. Let's take another ball, beautiful energy from the heart, and we're going to move it down just a little bit to the solar plexus, the upper abdominals. This is our power center. This is where we make things happen in the world, where we create, where we manifest. Let's clear any idea that we are powerless, any idea that we cannot create. Also, any idea that we've tried anything. No one has tried anything, everything. There's always a new approach. Let's bring in just really owning our power. Not to impose our way on others, but to express our vision in this world. Because we are all pieces of this big puzzle. And if each of us expresses ourselves fully, actually it's more like a choir than a puzzle. It's like each member of the choir contributing their beautiful vibration fully and joyfully, creating a synergy, community synergy that can allow for even greater communication. So the next thing we're going to do is take a beautiful glowing golden ball from the heart, and we're going to connect the 4 chakras that we've worked with so far and get them in good communication and synergy with each other. So from the heart, we're going to go to the solar plexus, and from there to the navel, from there to the root, and then we'll let the energy come back up. One more time. Heart, solar plexus, navel, root, and then slowly back up. Navel, solar plexus, heart. So now we've worked with all the chakras, which are more physically oriented. The heart is a perfect blend of physicality and spirituality. And let's move from there to the throat, our communication center. All forms of communication, verbal and nonverbal, giving and receiving. And this is a particularly good chakra to clear as we emerge from our pandemic. Let's clear any inhibition we have to communicate. Let's clear social anxiety, the fear of reaching out and connecting through communication. And let's bring in a spontaneous trust in our ability to communicate what we want and need in the moment. Let's also clear all the backlog of undelivered communication, all those things you wish you would have said, let them go. You'll do so much better if you just can bring all your attention in the present moment and into that spontaneous flow. And let's welcome, we call them good energy agreements, but basically a best friend is a good energy agreement. There's a synergy between you. There's enlivenment that happens when each of you communicates. You get new ideas, new inspirations, and new wonderful feelings. All available through our throat chakra. Let's take another ball of beautiful healing energy from the heart, and we're going to move it through the throat. And first, we're going to have it just clear the whole brain, clearing any mental fogginess. On the physical level, clearing any plaque, anything that doesn't need to be in the brain, balancing the neurochemistry, balancing the electric activity of the brain. And let's have part of that golden ball of light become smaller and concentrate in the area around the pineal gland, the 6th chakra, in the center of the head, the most peaceful, neutral place in the body. This is the easiest place to access our intuition and our creativity. And let's just clear any doubt we have, particularly in our intuition. And bring in a deep knowingness and trust and certainty. One more glowing golden ball of light from the heart, and we'll send this one through the throat, through the center of the head to the crown, the top of our head, the seventh chakra. This is where we connect to the rest of the universe. This is where we get those ahas, those spontaneous downloads of divine wisdom. And as far as the clearing, this is also where those who like to control and manipulate can influence us. So let's just have our crown chakra be completely our vibration, completely open to receiving that inspiration that is for us. Very good. Let's take another glowing golden ball from the heart, and we will integrate all the chakras now. First, having it move up through the throat and the head to the top of the head, and then coming back down. One more time, from the heart to the throat, through the center of the head to the crown. And then coming back down, center of head, throat, heart, solar plexus, navel, root, coming back up, all the way back up to the crown, and settling in the heart. And just have a wave of appreciation go through your body. How wonderful it is to have created this. If you could step outside yourself and view yourself energetically, view yourself clairvoyantly, you would see you've created a pillar of golden light. These vital, pulsing, alive chakras. And we've released a lot of old energy that's no longer relevant. To complete, let's focus back on the heart. And the most transformative quality, if I had to pick one, would be appreciation. So let's just imagine, think of something simple you appreciate, as a sunset. Something beautiful. And imagine your appreciation has a volume, like a control knob, and you could just turn it up, have it become more intense, just through your intention. That beautiful, intense light of appreciation is circulating in the heart. Let's take a deep breath. As we exhale, let's have it go down to the hips, up to the shoulders. It's expanding front and back as well. Another breath. Exhaling and having that beautiful golden swirling light go down to the feet, down to the fingertips, up to the top of the head, filling the whole body. One more breath. And this time, let's have this beautiful light expand outside the body, to the edge of the aura. So we're just being bathed in deepening appreciation. You're increasing your capacity to feel appreciation. going to end the experience with one hum. And as you hum, I want you to just feel the vibrations go through your whole chakra column, your body, and your aura. Just kind of blessing that appreciation that you created. So let's go ahead. Breathe in. Appreciate yourself. Appreciate this whole conference. And know that we have generated about 20 of us for most of this. Because there's 20 of us, there's strength in numbers. And so it's amplified the effect. This has been 400 times as powerful as if any of us did this on our own. And so just appreciate yourself for being part of this. Go ahead and stretch and open your eyes. Just want to say one more thing. You can do this every week, 6 p.m. Mountain Time. You can register on yogathemind.com for our chakra clearings. They're free, and thank you so much for being part of this. This is a very beautiful group. I can tell by how much inspiration I get when I'm delivering this, that this is a very open and highly conscious group of people. So, thank you.
We're working on it.
All right.
It's an ongoing battle. That was beautiful, man.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I'm glad you appreciated it.
I grew up in Iowa. Did you happen to live in Vedic City there?
No, Vedic, well, see, I was there twice, and they were just starting Vedic City the second time I was there. But yeah, I lived on campus, and then I lived near the town square for a while. I worked in some of the businesses there too. So yeah, very cool. Very cool. An amazing place.
That was quite a stir for the community when Maharishi Mahesh Yogi.
Oh yeah, no, I was there the second. Yeah, I was there the second year they in 1975 when they had you know, that they had the meditators, and you know, it was it's been an interesting social experiment. But I went back to visit in 2019, and it's still going strong. Still a very, very beautiful place. If the weather was better, I'd probably move there. So
I understand. That's why I'm in the Pacific Northwest now.
Yeah, Midwest is no, well, Jen's from the Midwest. She knows. It's, you don't move to the Midwest for the winters unless you have some really strange taste.
Where are you state-based now, David, may I ask?
In Denver, in central Denver. Yeah. Yeah, so we're near, about a mile south of the state capital. And Denver's really, really having an interesting influx of people and creativity. So I'm really happy to be here.
I don't know about that guy running for Congress, Dave Williams, but we won't go there. We won't go there.
You know, I've noticed anytime I mention politics at Yoga of the Mind, the vibe lowers. So, and I also feel like any of our transformations, like I'll take one for instance, something happens in consciousness and then it happens in the political and all the other spheres, like gay marriage. It wasn't a thing, and then all of a sudden it was the law of the land. So yeah, I'm very hopeful, but I think the real work is us each working on ourselves.
There's still people fighting gay marriage. We just need more love in this world, man.
Yeah, we do.
Need more love. Say, I almost called you Roxy Bliss, but did you have anything to say?
Thank you, David. That felt wonderful. I realized I left my cell phone Spotlight the whole time.
Oh, okay, not a problem.
I was like, oh. And then when I realized, I'm like, is it weird to go off of Spotlight for the last 5 minutes and just vanish? But yeah, thank you. I posted in the chat David's website and his Instagram and just ways that you can stay in touch with him. Tuesdays, the free healings are always welcome and wonderful and lovely. And yeah, thank you for grounding us all. And I think with I'm not sure how many people are on the live stream, but we've been averaging a couple hundred people.
Oh, wonderful.
So, you know, instead of that, you know, amplifying, you know, 400 times, I think we've
maybe 4,000 or something. I'd have to do the math.
Yeah, something like that. So yeah, thank you so very much. And hopefully you'll stick around and hear some of the other wonderful things we've going on next. And I think the other David Oken here is going to bring up our next friends.
I sure am. And David Stevens, I do hope you stay for this. I believe you'll find it intriguing. And we're working to beam this throughout the universe as well. Shant and Vincent, I'm happy to let you two introduce each other if you'd like. All I know is Shant has been working on the Noose, NOOS, for at least 7 months, and I think quite a while before that. I believe he and Vincent have collaborated to blend both of their skills, abilities, and gifts to create a special experience here for us today. With that, I will hand it off to you.
Thanks, David. And thank you also to Vincent, who his platform, Trove and the Catalyst Network has been powering this whole event. So amazing work, Vincent, really happy for that. And kind of how this collaboration between us started was that Vincent also created a form and a customized approach to this idea of sharing offers and needs on the website. And I had gone through this facilitation process of hosting an offers and needs market. And so we were like, why don't we host one here and see how it goes?
Yes, so we've been working together the last week or so to create a really awesome experience for you guys. Welcome everyone, anyone who's new. So we're going to be doing a 1 hour needs and offers session. Yeah, just to briefly, I guess, my name is Vincent Arena. I'm calling in from Long Island, New York, an engineer, systems designer. And yeah, basically, Shant, do you want to briefly introduce yourself?
Yeah, my name is Shant. I'm calling in from San Francisco, and I am a artist and working on this idea for a new reimagined news. So, yeah, Vincent.
Cool. So, yeah, I guess the session before this was pretty awesome. We tuned into the end of it, I think, while Bliss was in meditation. So that's why it takes a little while to get into the room. So before we get started, just wanted to feel like everyone's probably pretty relaxed, but we had to take a few deep breaths. So let's just take 30 seconds and ground into the space. Breathe in and out. Take a breath in. Out. One more deep breath. Awesome. So to prepare for this event, everyone's going to need a few things. So we're going to need a pen and paper. So if you don't have a piece of pen and paper, look around the room, try to grab one. So leave about like a minute to do that. The other thing is we're going to be checking in using a Google spreadsheet, which is also what we're going to be using throughout the event to catalog the different offers and needs. So I'm going to put the link to that in the chat. And I will screen share as well, so you guys can see the check-in process. So there's a sheet that should be loaded when you open it up called participant list. And Shant and I have already checked in. And so all you have to do is just put your first name and your last name, as well as your email. And if you would like to share your contact information with on the event page after this event, if you haven't already RSVP, you can put yes. If not, you can leave it blank. And this will basically allow us to link the different needs and offers so that way people know how to contact you afterwards. So we'll leave a few minutes for people to get into the sheet and just put your first and last name. If anyone has any questions, feel free to put them in the chat.
Should we close the stream since this is sort of more internal?
I would say, Roxy, we were considering it, yes.
Yeah. Okay, well then I'm gonna screen share and you can tell everyone out there in the world to come on in and then I'll close it. So
okay.
You tell me when. You go for it.
All right, hello world, hello Regenera. We are about to dive into a needs and offers marketplace where we're going to be able to share our gifts with each other, as well as share the things that we're really looking for help with, and hopefully find some collaborations, collaborators. This is going to be a more intimate session. We're going to be going for about an hour. So if you'd like to join from the live stream, join us in Zoom. And for anyone who is going to share their offers and needs publicly, then those will also be available on the event page throughout for the next few days throughout the rest of the event. So you will be able to see a portion of the different needs and offers after this session as well. All right, Roxy, back to you.